Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back. Hope you're having a good weekend. It's been a little while, actually, since our last live stream, so thanks for bearing with us as always still. We are doing a bit of a triple whammy today. We're checking out the Aerosoft CRJ version 2, new for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 and 2024. We've also got this, the new Aerosoft Airport Dusseldorf, which we will be returning to later at the end of the second sector, and in the middle we'll be revisiting Aerosoft's Milan Malpensa as well, which was released, I think, if I remember rightly, about 6 months to a year ago. So some decent scenery throughout today. We're on Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, and we're back in what was for a little time, many years ago, my favourite aeroplane in Microsoft Flight Simulator, the wonderful CRJ. If you're new to the channel, hit like, hit subscribe. The links for various add-ons, the sceneries and the jet are in the description down below, and we're on VATSIM as well. Welcome to Badger, MPS Gaming as well. Good afternoon, Mikhail. Welcome, buddy. Glad you're enjoying your A350 crew t-shirt, mate. Living the dream. Good afternoon as well. First one for him for a while, he says. Cheers, Graham. Appreciate it. Hope you're having a good weekend, mate. Zato, good evening. Grant, good afternoon. Ashley, good afternoon, mate. Hope you're well. Ian, evening to you, buddy. It's been a while. How are you getting on? How was the trip, actually? Because you've just come back from a trip away, I think, haven't you? If I remember rightly. Sort of a work trip. Chris Packett, welcome. So, this is the new Aerosoft Dusseldorf. We're going to go right down to the far end of the airport. And we'll look around kind of most of the airport to begin with. Before we then kind of depart off to Milan Malpensa, and then when we come back we'll go and touch upon the areas we haven't actually gone and viewed. So on the approach to the runway, I think it's 23 left. I might just have to double check that. 2 seconds. Yeah, 23 left, which is just in the foreground over there actually. You can see this kind of railway station. I think it's a railway station. Quite nice. No animated train or anything like that, but there is like a maglev monorail-y type thing. So you basically arrive on the proper train, and then from there you can get this kind of like floating train thingy. Look, which is cool, and that just goes back and forth between the terminal all the time, basically all day in that animation. That's quite nice to see. As we kind of walk over this way though, a little bit of LOD popping, as you can see, in 2024. We've got animated vehicles on the apron. Very similar to the kind of high quality that we've come to expect from Aerosoft's Brussels and Oslo, for example. This is their latest kind of high quality airport add-on, which is great to see. Jay, good morning. So loads of engineering hangars. I'm going to actually plonk in. I've not actually explored this scenery, so this is all a proper first look. We've got amazing textures of the ground and stuff here, which is really quite mega. That's got an interior, albeit empty, but it's nice to see there the little glass windows. Live weather, Grant? Apparently yes. It seems to be, if you're in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020, you've got rain and cloud, and if you're in 2024, you've got clear sunny skies. So yeah, it's a bit of a weird one, isn't it? Yeah, overwhelmingly, this is a rather superb looking airport, isn't it? There's a lot of exquisite detail, and actually on performance, the Aerosoft Frankfurt is very heavy. I'm getting 80 frames per second at the moment. Seemingly, I've continued to forget to cap my frames again. Ian says, yeah, it was a school camp with students, 86 kids for 4 days, my goodness. 2 weeks of leave, plenty of time to catch up with flight simming then. When we get airborne in the middle of the flight as well, just for what it's worth, we will chat about some news from PMDG as well that they've had I think yesterday overnight, released on the forums as well. Just the other side of that train track type thing is in there like a office complex with a couple of the airport hotels there, the Ibis and the Holiday Inn Express. Got that highway cutting off past the airport there. And then past the sort of Swissport Lufthansa cargo facility, which is on the right hand side there, which you can see. We approach the bulk of the airport as well, which it is pretty cool. Ian says he's in 2024 and it's pouring. Interesting. I wonder if it's a server thing then. I'm on the West Europe server. We'll have a tinker in a minute, and actually we're going to go into the settings anyway, because when we get to the jet I want to talk about sensitivities in that CRJ. I mentioned it was very twitchy in my preview video, and it is way too twitchy still. There's talk of an update coming that's going to solve some of that sensitivity, but I will show you kind of how to tweak it in the meantime, or at least I'm continuing to test that tweak really. But I don't want to turn them to a setting that means that it's too desensitized, if that makes sense. Shell petrol station down below to get, no doubt, reducing fuel price, thanks to the orange man crashing Brent crude barrel price. And we've got that massive control tower here sitting proud in the skyline. Backdrop of Dusseldorf off in the distance, looking really quite sublime as well. There's big towers and things over there in the backdrop. Look at that. That advertisement board there, and just underneath there it said Vodafone then. That's kind of an animation that continues to change as well, which is really good. MPS says freeware Dusseldorf is okay if you don't want to spend a lot of money on payware. Yes, there is a free version on flightsim.to, isn't there, for those of you who don't perhaps have the budget or want to pay for that kind of thing, this sort of add-on. Or your budget might be temporarily limited for whatever reason, there are some freeware options. Right, let's go into the terminal, to the, I assume that's a real sign, to the Kiss and Fly parking area. We'll keep going this way in case that advert changes. There we go, look at that. It's almost like we planned it. I like all these little things, kind of brings the airport to life. Off it goes. Some other kind of airport hotels, the Sheraton and things are included here. It'd be great if... oh, look at that. €5 for each 5 minutes, free for 7 minutes. Ooh, that is literally a quick kiss and fly. So the exterior of the terminal from the landside area is really nicely detailed with a very complicated structure piece, is probably the best way to explain it. If we go on the inside here, look how impressive this looks. It is really quite cool. I'm just going to bop through the other side because there are people, all of whom are animated. There goes that little train as well, the monorail, inside that structure. More people in that concourse area as well. And we've got more hotels and all that jazz. And then it brings us onto the further side of the airport, but we'll look at that section when we return. We'll punch ourselves into the terminal though for the first time. Fairly basic in the sense that it's not been pumped full of exquisite details and things, but actually everything you need in this area is included. A couple of people, the check-in desks, a really nice structure, great lighting as well with the reflections of the sun coming through that glass in the ceiling, which is really nice to see. We can go down into like sort of nothing as well, but this is basically the departures area, and then I assume this would lead us through security. Not that it does have that for obvious reasons. And then we're through to the kind of gate areas. And there's your first glimpse of the outside, the airside section. That's where the detail really pops as well. Just going on a bit of a magical mystery tour, to be honest with you. So lots of hustle bustle, nice and busy, and then we'll punch ourselves out onto that apron. Look at those textures, animated ground surface equipment. We've got a couple of different profiles included for GSX VDGS or the Aerosoft VDGS included, so you can choose which one you like. And on top of that as well, you've got a GSX profile which is included in the packages. When we come back as well later at the end of the second sector, when we return to Dusseldorf, we will have a look at the night lighting as well. There's a little glimpse of our jets. Have I been disconnected from VATSIM? What the? Apparently so. Ah, bloody chuff. When did that happen? Right, so I'm going to have to move stands now, which is going to bugger me up a little bit. GSX. Reposition. In fact, let's, before we commit, Alpha 4 will do. Just warp me there. Anyway, there's our CRJv2 aeroplane. I'm just going to probably have to reconfigure the FMS now as well, because that's probably screwed it a little bit. CRJ900 for the jet for today. The other thing I can't quite get right is this drone rotation speed. Because Microsoft Flight Simulator, so I've just set 40 and it's changed to 22. It just doesn't make any sense. So I probably need to change that to 60, 59 to get sort of like a 30 value. Well, I think we can just make do with that, can't we? We need parallel 4.2 Flow Pro in this, don't we? That's what we absolutely need. Right, so let's return back to the chat. Yeah, I don't know why that's happened either, your white Euro wings. Let me just check my model matching. Gonna just do another force reconnect. Because you were working fine earlier, there we go. There's no rhyme nor reason behind it, but hey, we persevere. Right, let's jump in the jet, shall we? And I'm just going to go to aircraft. What have we got here? Jetty. So guardrails down, passenger door open, toggle jetty. Probably broke it, haven't I? Because I've asked for it to do too much. Hey ho, let's try. Request boarding. It might be stairs, to be fair, because we're on a massive stand and actually the jetty's all the way over there, so it might be out of the movement area. Nice, 777 300 ER by the looks of it. We'll find out in a moment how they board. There might be floating people from there again. Just going to reset that payload because we need to sort this out. No jetway docked. You will not see passengers visually. Oh well. Maybe we will when we get back. So we want to go to performance in it. No. Index. POS in it. We're now at Alpha 4. Alpha 04. Just telling the aeroplane precisely where we are. So that's good. There's our cruise altitude for today, flight level 330. By the way, thanks to the Hughes by Horizon team. It's part of our new livery creation team, alongside Tapsy, Zato, that sort of, those folks. We've got in the CRJ900 a refreshed livery which is compatible with 2024 and the version 2 of the CRJ, but also this kind of weathered texture which Hughes has created for the CRJ. So we've got these really nice kind of weathered effects of a worn aeroplane, which is very nice. No Boris sound pack in this though. Ashley, absolutely, yeah. Who else in the chat's looking forward to that? MTG 200ER releasing literally within the next sort of week or so, which is supremely exciting. Right, where are we? Just going to check my new skies working. And then I need to get our comms sorted out. So we've got tower, Dusseldorf tower, runway in use to 23 left. Joe, welcome. How are you? Well? Hope you're good. Osprey 165, CRJ900. We're at stand Alpha 04. QNH 1005. Information India. Need squawk codes. Cruise is going to be expected 330. About an hour flight time to Milan. And then we'll turn around and come back. It says heavy showers of rain, which can't, you know, if that's in the METAR and the ATIS, sorry, then that can't be correct with the weather we've got here. Although it says trend temporary, but you should see some cloud. 18305. And then Langen radar 13565.
It was Eurowings 1 X-ray November for Pushback.
Correct.
13565 is in the box, ready to go.
Pushback is approved on Tango facing west.
On Tango facing west, on November.
Lufthansa 5166 with information hotel, looking for frequency to Milan with information India.
Zato.
Lufthansa 5166, this is our good day, sir. Clear to Millennia via the Doden, 1 Tango departure, flight plan route.
Yeah, actually, when Boris sent me the pack, it was a pack which it wasn't a product, if that makes sense. He sent me a test kit, so I've not actually had access to the full product, unfortunately. I did check Contrail and stuff yesterday, but yeah, I don't seem to have it. But it's all good.
Delta India Malpensa Tower.
APU starts. All the hydraulics are on. Seatbelt signs, light signs, all on. Hydraulics are on or auto. Nav lights are on. That's on automatic. We don't need the boost pumps just yet until engines start. There's a little tweak to the sequence in this as well. And actually, while we're waiting for this, I will just get our clearance. Dusseldorf Tower, good afternoon. Osprey 165 on stand Alpha 4. CRJ900 with information India on board. Request clearance to Milan Malpensa.
Osprey 165, this is our good day, sir. Clear to Milan Malpensa via Doden, 1 Tango departure. Flight plan route. Initial climb via sit 5,000 feet. Squawk 1000.
Clear to Milan. Doden 1 Tango departure, initial climb at 5,000, squawk 1,000, Osprey 165.
Osprey 165, feedback correct.
Squawk 1,000, Bosch. While we're on the subject of the CRJ, here's the new cabin. Got some stairs. Of course, ground handling is on the left-hand side of the aeroplane here. And we've got this updated cabin as well, which looks very nice. Put that in there. Right, now, while this is all happening, let me just show you guys the settings. So we go to controls in MSFS 2024, and we're going to go to joystick. So this is typically what I have for my setup for most aeroplanes. However, the CRJ at the moment requires it to be slightly different. So the Y axis is pitch, Actually, you want something probably more akin to sort of 0.6 or 0.7.
So yeah, you should contact Langradar 135.650.
Copy that, speed at 2081, bye bye.
And then X at the top, I always forget which ones it is, for roll, again probably 0.6, minus 0.6 that is, just to give it a bit more slack. So that's kind of where you want it to get a bit of a better feel. That's quite a good little pan of the airport, look. And there's some clouds, that means we have live weather finally.
Requesting clearance to Edinburgh, and we have permission in.
Looking good. Hello David, how you doing? Right, see even the rudder pedal's super sensitive. That's me barely moving my feet. So I'm going to change that as well. It's all about setting this up. I wanted to show you guys actually on the stream. So that's brakes, brakes, rudder. So I'm going to set, I don't know, rudder. I'll do. Just give me a profile. We'll set a tiny little dead zone, and then sensitivity. I don't remember that being 0, so that seems to have reset itself. We'll set -5, just to give it again like some actual required movement. Maybe 0.6. Yeah, that feels better. That actually feels heavy. That's what we want. Juicy, right? Integrated lighting. Integrated lighting. I love this weather defect. Thrust reversers are off. Trying to remember how to fly this thing, and it's been ages and ages and ages. So it's a little bit of a test today as well. What was that last GSX pop-up? Noticeable steering on the left, that's off. Baggage loading 83, good. Passengers are already on, so we're just waiting for the bags. VORs can get loaded up, and while we're waiting we will brief for the departure then, folks. So there's the charts with Navigraph. We are down in this little, come on, moving maps. That's him. Yes. We are in this little cul-de-sac down here, look, nice busy Dusseldorf, Alpha 4. We'll push start facing north alongside that fire station. We can expect to taxi out via Lima 5, Mike all the way down to the hold point for 2-3 left. We might get Lima 3 for the lineup. Ideally we get Lima 1 or Lima 2 just for that full length, but we've got a lot of runway to play with today. It's 3,000 meters in length there, which is good. I've noticed the performance calculations on this in the aeroplane's EFB seem a little off, in the sense that it's asking for flaps 20 and flex 46. Now that's because Simbrief's asking for that for some reason, I'm not sure why. When I change that to flap setting 8, it will then it now gives me an assumed flex of 38. And also flaps 8 setting for a slightly shorter takeoff run, although it still reckons we're going to use most of the runway. That's boarding done. Right, so departing on 23 left, Doden 1 Tango departure. Initially is going to route up to the Dusseldorf NDB 284.5. We'll tune that in actually into one of the nav stacks in a second. We'll then overfly that, turning south 171 degrees. 21.5 DME from NVO, which is there. Nervenish VOR. We're then going to continue to then turn left 083 degrees all the way to Elbal, which is pretty much on a course towards the Gemminghausen VOR as well, before then routing down southeasterly towards Doden at or above flight level 250. The initial climb clearance is 5,000 feet. If for whatever reason we've got a bit of an engine problem after takeoff, if we turn south we're heading towards the city, as we've seen in that kind of intro as we flew over the airport and explored, so that's not really an option. We'll probably just maintain runway heading and try and either deal with whatever happens or pick a field. But there we go. That is the brief. APU is ready. So we can go ahead and get rid of the external power. We'll use GSX again for the pushback and departure setup. While that's cracking on, I'm just going to set those that NDB that we just mentioned. Very good, smooth flying. How are you? 284.5.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
ADF1. FMS2. That'll do.
Departure check completed. IFA's been inserted.
10 miles for the range ring. Nav source is FMS1 white. V speeds can be on the target. That is giving us. Where's my speeds? V1144.
Looking
V
here.
rotate 144. V2154. Okay, so it sort of matches. We're just going to press settle there. Flaps 8 dry. And that's centre of gravity 20.1 Mach. Takeoff trim 6.7. So I'll leave that screen on because that's going to be useful for us shortly. That's all good, that's all set.
The cabin is secure, all passengers are aboard.
And let's pause the music for now.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the captain and crew, welcome aboard.
Crew are going to do the intro. We're going to lock ourselves in.
Before takeoff, we would like to encourage all
Beacon light on.
to watch our cabin crew display
Boost pumps on.
features of the aircraft.
Let's check the rest of all the lights. That looks good, that looks set, that's all good. Rightio. Dusseldorf Tower, Osprey 165, request push and start. I've been disconnected again. What's going on?
23 left, clear to land.
23 left, clear to land, left nose of the right full.
Why am I being disconnected from VATSIM quite regularly? Very bizarre.
Enduring is 5-1 Romeo, ready for push and start.
Tower, your ranks 1 Charlie X-ray, left to the left.
He's not even giving me any.
Check 230 V1 knots. Your number 2.
Not even giving me any kind of weird thing. Dusseldorf Tower, Osprey 165, stand Alpha 4, fully ready, request push start.
It's ready for push and start.
That's 2 stations at once.
Control your wings 10 Victor, vacate is ready.
Your wings 10 Victor for now. Taxi Papa 3, hold short of Tango. Your gate will be Bravo 01.
I feel like I'm going to have to watch that V-pilot screen now.
Your wings 1 Victor.
Is it nose right, tail left, or nose left?
And all stations, departure frequency is now advisory 122.8.
Tower Osprey 165, fully ready, request push start. Ah! Someone else has transmitted at the same ruddy time. If you don't get that in the real world, it'd be kind of all like a whole like whoop noise, but
German wings 246, flight level 70.
German wings 246, Alpha, good day, sir. Report and establish on the ILS runway 23 left.
Report established runway 23
I'm going
left,
to
German
try
wings 246,
again.
thank you.
Lufthansa 25 Delta Zulu, 10 Victor
November.
25 is ready for push and start.
That was locked. Your wings 1 X for November. There's Airbus, company Airbus A320 on a 3 miles final report traffic inside.
Berlin
don't
is
have the
stuck
traffic
there
inside.
as well.
Yes. Very nice,
Roger, so stand by.
Scandinavian 1622 standoff 16 with India request push start.
So I need Berlin out of the way.
Scandinavian 1622, stand by for pushback. There's
This is going
some
to
traffic in the
hammer
bay.
my new Sky score. 5 minutes to get moving.
Lufthansa
Afternoon,
25
Lazarus. How you
Delta
doing,
Zulu,
mate?
Thanks, Victor 25. It's ready for push and start.
Lufthansa 25 Delta Zulu, startup and pushback approved on Tango facing east.
Push and start approved on Tango facing east, Lufthansa 25 Delta Zulu.
Dusseldorf Tower, Berlin 105, taxi runway 23 left.
Stand by, Eurowings 1 Charlie X-ray, wind 230 release, Homer not, runway 23 left, clear to land.
This is the patience play now, just waiting for that gap in the air traffic control sequence.
In Düsseldorf Tower, Osprey 2472, stand 623, ready for push and start.
Osprey 2472, stand by for pushback.
Lufthansa 084, vacated 23 left.
I've sent a VPilot text thing now as well, just say
Lufthansa 084, taxi Lima 5 into Alpha 03.
Lima 5, stand
I've got no reason why the old VATSIM seems to have disconnected, which is odd.
And Eurowings 10 Victor, let's make it Bravo 03, so continue taxi to Bravo 03.
Bravo 03 for Eurowings 10 Victor, thank you, shoot.
Gerne.
And Eurowings 45 Golf right now.
First Eurowings 1 X-ray November, liner runway 23 left.
Poor Air Berlin requested push and start about 5 minutes ago. Wing walkers are getting tired. And Osprey 165, request push start in sequence.
Osprey 165, stand by you number 3 for pushback.
Roger.
Düsseldorf Tower, the Eurowings 69 on the ILS 23 left.
Eurowings 69er, you're number 2, continue approach.
So what have we got?
Roger, continue.
That's all set, that's all set. I've got slightly more fuel than I needed.
246 Düsseldorf Tower.
That's good. Thrust reversers are disarmed for start. I'll arm them before taxi. They're on
Eurowings 246 Düsseldorf Tower.
nav and centralised. Where's the old status page?
here.
Down here.
Yeah, Germans 246 for now, go around. I say again, go around.
German 246 going around.
Oh look, nice. The Eurowings Discover.
51 Romeo, stand 824, request push and start.
Crikey, that's high. There's no way he was on a
51 Romeo, step by for pushback.
approach path there. That was mega high.
Osprey 165. You will be also you're number 3 for pushback, stand by.
Roger, no worries.
Eurowings 1 X-ray November, the traffic above you is disconnected. So wind 230 degrees, Homer not, runway 23 left, cleared for takeoff.
This is busy, isn't it? Let's while we're here, let's look at Valanta. I wonder if a keybind has somehow disconnected myself from VATSIM. So the area's now gone offline here, which is a bit unfortunate.
Eurowings 1 Charlie X-ray, welcome to Düsseldorf.
Yes, a lot of aircraft
Bravo 02 via Mike.
buzzing
Papa
about,
3.
to be fair. And you can see our routing's pretty much just mostly south, over Zurich, a little bit of the Alps,
Eurowings 45 Golf, taxi holding point runway 23
into Milan.
left via
I think I'm right
Papa
saying the
2,
weather
Mike,
there is
Lima
not
1,
great
full shot
either.
of Mike.
Oh no, actually it looks alright now. Just the winds are variable. 3 knots, 250 to 060 degrees variable. Not too bad though.
Lufthansa 25 Delta Zulu, request taxi.
Lufthansa 25 Delta Zulu, taxi rolling.
Still confuses me why
runway
VATSIM
23
disconnected.
left via Tango Lima 3 November Lima 1.
Come on.
Tango, Lima 3, November and Lima 1 to holding point 23 left, Lufthansa 25 Delta Zulu.
And Eurowings 69, wind 230 degrees, 1 more knot, runway 23 left, clear to land.
Delta 23 left, Eurowings 69.
Eurowings 459er, this company Airbus A320 on 2 miles final runway 23 left, report traffic inside.
I have traffic inside Osprey 459. Eurowings 459.
Eurowings 459er, thank you. Behind, mentioned traffic, line up runway 23 left behind.
Lining up 23 left behind Eurowings 459.
Abilene 115, you ready for taxi?
That's him.
Ready for taxi for
In fairness, he asked about 10 minutes, well 10 minutes ago now,
Abilene
for taxi,
115,
but this
taxi rolling
controller is
point,
maxed
runway
out.
23 left.
Doing a good job though,
Via Lima 5,
especially
Mike
now the
and
centre has
Lima
gone
2,
offline above
hold short
him.
of Mike.
Andrew, good morning. There's still think you've got what it takes to be a professional, fully paid pilot. Hopefully somebody can sponsor you all the way. I wish, mate.
Mike,
But it is what it is. It really enjoys this. Well, the Osprey livery suits the CRJ.
Hold short of Mike.
process Mike for Abilene 15.
Okay, so that was 2. What's that pink plane there? What the?
Secondary 1622 Bravo, correction, Alpha 16 request push stop.
Just gonna try and find out who that is.
Scandinavian 1622, yeah, the base now clear, so starting pushback is approved if able on Tango between Papa 3 and
Radar,
Papa 2.
radar.
Eurowings
Eurowings 45 Golf.
Tower Lufthansa 5166 requesting approach start.
Can't see that on my list.
Lufthansa 5166, starting pushback approved on Lima 5 face north.
Approach start approved Lima 5 facing north, Lufthansa 5166.
45
And
Golf.
Osprey 165,
Oh.
once the traffic behind passed you, you are also cleared for starboard pushback on Lima 5 face north.
Thanks. Once the traffic behind's clear, push back approved, face north. Osprey 165.
Eurowings 459er, wind 230 degrees, 1 knots, runway
Nose
23 left,
right,
clear for takeoff, have a
tail
nice flight.
left.
23 left, clear for takeoff, Eurowings 459, danke, tschüss.
Let's risk it.
Release parking brake.
Eurowings 45 Golf, you can continue taxi.
Commencing push. Continuing taxi. All engines clear. Start at will.
69 requesting takeoff clearance.
Last station calling, I read you 2 and I don't have any flight plan from you.
It's the Van Hanse Eurowings special livery. It seems to be broken. Oh well. Right, anyway. Continuous. So we go left engine start. Hold for 3 seconds. There's the start sequence. Oh, phew. We're gone the right way.
Eurowings 59 Lima,
That's
line
highly
up runway 23
distracting,
left.
isn't it?
When we get it at Eurowings 59.
Might just reload the model matching rules. See what it forces it into. Well, we'll do that.
Osprey 2471, you're cleared for starboard and pushback on Tango facing east.
Pushback facing east on Tango, Osprey 246.
Fixed it. Model matching is still a bit iffy in 2024, I've found.
Eurowings 69, welcome to Dusseldorf. Taxi gate Alpha 10 via Papa 3.
Okay, that looks good. Engine right start. 3 seconds. Press and hold. Says the starter switch.
Malpensa,
And then we
Eurowing
monitor
73
engine
Charlie 10,
twos
Victor
bits.
27, ready for push.
as we display the safety features and procedures of the aircraft.
Lucy, yes, is from Valanta,
Eurowing
mate.
73 Charlie, start and pushback approved, Tango facing east.
On Tango facing east for Eurowing 73 Charlie.
That's parking brake.
If there is smoke in the cabin during the
Flag brake set.
evacuation of the aircraft, the walkway emergency lights will display to the exit.
Working away.
We would also like to remind you that you should turn off all electronic devices. We thank you for paying attention during this brief presentation.
We've got the Aussies doing some safety demonstrations.
Eurowing 59
Wait till they're
Lima,
nice
wind
and clear.
240 degrees, 7 up, runway 23 left, clear for takeoff, have a nice flight, bye bye.
Okay, engine 1, engine 2 both look good. We want takeoff trim 6.7, so I'm just going to set that.
Left is clear, right is clear.
6.7, jolly good. We want to arm thrust reversers again, just in case we have to do a rejected takeoff. We'll go full left on the stick, definitely feels a lot heavier now. You can see there the animation. This is one of my kind of biggest flaws with this. So I'm using, I don't know, that's full, that's half. Just after half, look how much of a movement that all of a sudden, that I'm literally moving my stick about a millimetre. Maybe not even that. And the same with the left, look, very little.
Lufthansa 25 Delta Zulu, line up runway 23 left.
Really harsh. And again, that's like
Line up to the left,
not even
Lufthansa 25
like a millimetre of movement, but look at that, jeepers. And the same with the elevator. Elevator's a bit heavier and not as wobbly and crazy. So, rudder checks. Flaps 1, flaps 8. That's all good. Aileron trim's neutral. Rudder trim is neutral. Important, I'll check those. Status page, CAS, all set checked. We want manual override. APU stop. And off. We're going to go taxi lights, nose lights for landing on.
Scandinavian 162, taxi holding point, runway 23 left, via Papa 2, Mike
Packs,
and Lima.
reset fans are on. Just refamiliarising myself with the aeroplane. Windshield is on. Probe heats on. Hydraulics are good. That's all set. That's as required. And we're flight controls set checked. I'm going to go to the legs page. Make sure I've got my maps ready. And I'll spray 165 request taxi.
Osprey 165, check your squawk, it should be 1000. Thereafter, taxi holding point runway 23 left, via Lima 5, Mike and Lima 1.
Roger, it's set 1000. I've just turned it off and on again. Hopefully that's fixed it. If it has, then taxi 23 left via Lima 5, Mike Lima 1, Osprey 165. What I've done is I've just...
Lufthansa 5166, also ready for a taxi.
I've turned that on. This is...
Lufthansa 5166.
Shows on.
Roger. Follow the traffic in front of
Squawk
you.
1000.
To holding point number 23 left. Via Lima 5, Mike and Lima 1.
Okay, taxiing on idle, brakes off.
Roger, follow the Osprey CRJ, 23 left, Lima 5, Mike and Lima 1. Lufthansa 5166.
Traffic.
Lufthansa 25 Delta Zulu, wind 240 degrees, 7 up, runway 23 left, clear for takeoff, have a nice flight, bye bye.
23 left is clear for takeoff, Lufthansa 25
Looks like a
Delta
runway
Zulu,
change in Milan Malpensa.
And after departing, go to Communicom. Bye bye.
Jo, schönen Sonntag.
Correct, Adam.
Danke, ciao.
But I just couldn't remember fully the flow, so I put it on in case. I'll switch it off after takeoff. This is the second time in... Goodness me, how long? 2 years? probably 2.5 years since I flew this. There's a few bits on the other side of the airport as well, like the fire training ground over there that we'll look at when we return. I think that's a fire training ground, it might be something else. Zoom zoom, there's a lot of smoke effects coming off that. The Lufthansa Starlight's jet.
Whiskey, Slough Tower, Southern Pushback of
Uncontrolled crossing.
On Tango between Papa 3 and Papa 2, facing east, please.
We'll pop the dome light on for now. And then we got Lima 5, which is this one, not that one.
And on Tango.
Wings 4-5 Golf, line up runway 23 left.
Very busy. Did I turn nose wheel steering on? No, I didn't. There we go. That would help. Looks like we're getting... Is that wear and tear? Oh, it's wear and tear on the windscreen. Look at that. Quite trippy. Let's use the Tobii eye tracker. It's been a while. It's working a bit better in 2024 now. Lima 5, nice and wide.
And this will Tower Osprey 2472 is ready for taxi.
Osprey 2472, taxi holding point runway 23 left by Tango, Lima 3, November, Lima 1.
Taxi holding point runway 23 left by Tango, Lima 3, November, Lima 1, Osprey 2472.
And Tower Eurowing 73 Charlie, also ready for taxi.
Eurowing 73 Charlie, Roger. Follow the Osprey in front of you.
Loads of custom views.
Runway 23 left via Tango,
For today's
Lima
flight.
3, November, Lima 1.
We'll follow the CRJ Tango, Lima 3, November, Lima 1 for Eurowing 73 Charlie.
Hey!
Eurowing 45 Golf, wind 240 degrees, 7 knots, runway 23 left, cleared for takeoff.
There's the Osprey FSLTL CRJ.
Eurowing 45 Golf.
A couple of clouds in the sky. It seems to be the weather systems in the sim at the moment are playing up a little bit. Lima 1 is all the way at the bottom for that full length.
German Wilks 246 als beobachtet jetzt. Entschuldigt mich, wir haben Probleme. Ich musste ausschalten und dann Entschuldigung für das.
Alles gut, German Wings 246, nothing happened.
Vielen Dank, schon danke.
Danke,
Takeoff
gleichfalls.
there.
Brake brakes, Scandinavian 162, line up runway 23 left.
18 knots. We're going downhill now, so I'll pop the throttles back to idle. Adam, have I flown the FSS Embraer? Not for a very long time, but the last time I did it was pretty poor, to be honest. Massively disappointing bit of
Romeo, Southern
kit for the
Pushback
sim.
approved on Tango facing east.
Quite poor actually, the lack of progress that they've made over the last 3-4 years that it's been in early access. So I feel like they've just taken the community for a bit of a ride, and there's not enough kind of anger swirling, really. Still now no custom VNAV, no custom FMS, no custom LNAV, no proper custom autopilot. The whole thing's just
left via Papa 2, Mike, Lima 1.
the poorest way to look after your customers. And then, you know, FSS as a company have got themselves distracted because they've been wooed or have spent time wooing companies like Aerosoft to help be their project manager for the A330 and all that. So FSS became project manager, project management company as well for other projects, for other companies, instead of just dealing with their own stuff. So yeah, they just basically got greedy, I think, and thought, yeah, we'll swallow a load of cash from the community, line our pockets, and then do as minimum as possible that we can get away with. And one thing I've learned over the last 4 years is the community isn't really vocal enough about that bad behaviour.
Runway 23 left.
I got runway 23 left for airplane 15.
And then because I rant about it, it's almost like I rant about it publicly in isolation, whereas you need a lot of the bigger voices as well to shout about it. Because it isn't really acceptable, is it? Let's be honest. But apparently it is. Oh, flight directors.
Microsoft Tower, good day, sir. Wind check 240 degrees, 7 knots, your number 1.
Nav.
Copy.
23 left. A little bit of an uphill section.
India, FS24 Alpha 12.
Trying to just keep
Eurowings 5,
the
Tango
momentum.
good day, sir. Clear to Antalya by the DÜSSELDORf, 1 Tango departure, flight plan route, initial climb via SID 5000.
Manual override is important.
2027.
And that is on. What if that's some radar shows me what my squawk is?
Correct. Air Berlin 115, wind 240 degrees, 7 knots, runway 23 left, cleared for takeoff, have a nice flight, bye bye.
Runway 23 left,
yeah, squawk.
takeoff for airplane 115. Thank you for BTC, bye bye.
Oh, apparently I'm still showing squawk 1000.
Eurowings 56, Microsoft Tower, good days, you did not receive your clearance yet.
I got it.
Okay, then something wrong here. Stand by.
Right, I forced it using the vPilot client. .SQ 1000. Because apparently on VATSIM radar it says squawk 1100. There you go, right, I forced it. So there's an issue there with the CRJ.
Calling calls and again, please.
There's a bug. That's a very big uphill stretch.
24 November, good day, sir. Wind check 240
Anyway,
degrees.
it's not Cat 2, Cat 3, so that's fine. We can line up all the way at Lima 1, which is there.
On the ILS 23 left.
Cabin secure, we are good for takeoff, and the takeoff's been briefed. Takeoff config is okay, green.
7 knots, your number 3.
3 on final, crikey.
Eurowings 5, 1 Romeo, request taxi please, and take Lima 3.
First Eurowings 26 Mike, wind 240 degrees, 7 knots, runway 23 left, clear to land. Clear to land, 23 left, Eurowings 26 Mike. And Eurowings 8 Whiskey, give way to the 2 aircraft coming out from November, please.
Gently on the brakes, sparking brake on.
Giving way to the
We can watch this touchdown. There's a weird kind of glitch there as well in the scenery with something floating.
And during 5-1 Romeo, taxi holding point runway 23 left via Tango, Lima 3, Lima 2.
Lima 3 and Lima 2.
Osprey 165 is ready for departure, Lima 1.
Osprey 165, roger, there are 3 arrivals for now, so expect about 4 minutes delay.
Roger. I like it when VATSIM's like this.
Embark 2 for November, you are quite too close to the preceding aircraft. Are you interested in a visual swing over for 2-3 right?
I could do a swing over for 2-3 right.
Then Embark 2 for November.
No gear.
Visual swing over for 2-3 right is approved.
Now is that a glitch? I'm not sure. If you disconnect, then it's not a glitch.
Eurowings 5 Tango, stand by. Break, Embark 2 for November, wind 240 degrees, 7 knots, runway 23 right, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway
3 right, and back 2 for November.
Looks like a model matching glitch. Is he going to vacate? It's either that or all the bells and whistles and alarms are going off.
Eurowings 5 Tango, the
Yeah, look,
QNH for Dusseldorf is 1005 and start and push.
He got a sidestep because he ended up way too close, so he got sidestepped to a visual approach 23 right.
And Papa 2.
No gear as well. That's mega weird.
Confirmed, and push start is approved on Tango. It's possible for Lima 3.
There's the windsock.
Eurowings 26 Mike, welcome to Düsseldorf, taxi Bravo 03 via Papa 3. Bravo 03
So that means there's one more on final.
Danke, dir auch.
Currently cleared. And that's WTB24 November. There's also
27 Lima, wind 240 degrees,
27 Lima.
23 left, clear to land.
23 left, clear to land, Embark 27 Lima.
Embark 27, I don't know what that is. But they're cleared, and then we will be next for
Osprey 165, there is an Embark Airbus A320 on a 2 miles final runway 23 left, report traffic inside.
Yeah, we've got traffic in sight now, Osprey 165.
Osprey 165,
Just
Roger, behind the mentioned traffic, line up runway 23 left behind.
Behind the landing traffic, line up 23 left behind Osprey 165. Radio strobes. We'll leave record nose lights on. We're very behind schedule, but that's okay. It's worth doing a fuel check. Takeoff fuel 5211. Oh, we're almost at minimum takeoff fuel here, but that's okay. I'm not sure if they changed the fuel balance or load of this either. So what I've ended up doing is going plus 2%, because I don't think there's a new profile for it. I'm not sure if it's one or the other or both E-tops, to be honest, mate. But yes, seemingly weird stuff with AIG.
On Düsseldorf Tower, load Eurowings 69 with you.
Bar break off.
Gate,
Just hold on the brakes.
Information India, request Alpha clearance to Innsbruck.
Zoom zoom, Finnair. Very high.
Eurowings 69, Aerosoft Tower, good day, sir. You're clear to Innsbruck via the DÜSSELDORF 1 Tango departure, flight and route, initial climb,
Gotta keep a bit of power in here because we're going uphill.
YZ DÜSSELDORF 1 Tango, initial climb 5000 and squawk is 2553, Eurowings 69.
And I might as well line up using full length, just for good measure. And I might as well put all of that on as well. So taxi lights can come off, landing lights, sight signs, that's all good.
Embark 27 Lima, vacate via Lima 7 please.
Nice and tight.
Lima 7, Embark 27 Lima.
Oh, look at that traffic. Amazing.
Osprey 165.
Keep it rolling.
Wind 240 degrees, 7 knots, runway 23 left. Clear for takeoff.
23 left, clear for takeoff, Osprey 165, thanks.
Embark 27 Lima, please pull a little bit more forward.
Yeah, moving. I just needed to check where Lima 7 is, sorry.
Toga.
Thank you.
Power set. Set. Speed's alive.
Eurowings 56 Mike, startup and pushback approved, Lima 5 facing north.
80 knots.
And Embark 27 Lima, taxi stand Victor 73 via Lima 7.
Nice runway
Victor
textures there.
73 via
D1, rotate. Way. See, that's that weird. So minus 0.6. The horrible behaviour for the takeoff. Minus 0.6 sensitivity, we still have that craziness. Right, positive rate gear up. Speed mode. Aim for 180.
Hamburg 2 for November, cross runway 23 left into Lima 7, thereafter taxi Lima 7 to stand Victor 74.
Cross runway left, then continue on Lima 7 to stand Victor 74.
That's Cardinal Sin there by me. Autopilot engaged. Might have forgot to put the departure in. With all the carnage. It's good job I had the maps open. I realised quite quickly, and then I was just flying to that. Oh my goodness. Right. Let's go to climb gate. We'll go flaps 1. I did press the toga click spot on my throttle, if that makes sense. Because in this, I remember rightly, it would be that, wouldn't it? But those little buttons, right? That's
Wings 51 Romeo, wind 2 for 0 degrees, 7 knots, runway 23 left, cleared for takeoff, have a nice flight, bye bye.
Takeoff, Romeo, service. Oh, hello,
so 1228. Just make sure we don't have any more. I don't think we do have any more air traffic control online. Jeepers me. Come on, Luke. Right, let's go back to the climb gate. I'm flying this a bit messy, aren't I? See, speed mode. Perfect. Let's give it a bit of beans. Now it should, in the climb mode, go back to positive pitch. He says, not just acceleration. Yeah, it's not changing my autopilot modes. It's not capturing the speed very well either. This is messier than I remember it being. It flaps up. That's all set. Just keeping an eye on that. It is very twitchy.
Traffic,
yeah, the toga button doesn't seem to change the toga mode, if that makes sense.
In about 3 miles, turning on into final ILS runway 13 left.
And then it got a bit confused with the altitude change and the speed mode. Bear in mind I had speed mode set to 180. I should have noticed it accelerate beyond that, but I didn't. It's me being amateurish today. Let's keep it going up. 330. Gonna be absolutely slammed on New Sky for penalties with this flight. Knew I shouldn't have logged it. Let's get her up to 330. 9,000 already. Lights. Signs. This is manual order override off as well. I forgot to turn that off after takeoff, but my hands were pretty full. Blinds the beasts. Jeez. Right. Okay, we can relax a little bit more. It looks like we've got no ATC at all now until we get to Milan. Some clouds rendering in though, suggesting that that seems to be working a bit better. Weather seems to have kicked in somewhat. Yeah, takeoff. Remember that pitch that we had a moment ago? We had that set to. Let's just go to standard pressure there. We had that set to minus 0.6, I think it was, wasn't it? And even that, in the unsticking phase of the departure, isn't enough. This is all a bit strange the way it behaves at the moment. Albeit this is an aircraft and a flight model for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 that, quote, just works in the new sim. It's not a native flight model. and it has been tweaked to work specifically better in 2024, if that makes sense. Hopefully it does. And for that reason, we're going to have some weird behaviours in 2024 comparable to 2020. And because I don't have Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 installed anymore, I don't know if there's any differences between the two. Ooh, that was a weird little noise. Did you guys hear that as well?
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now serving sandwiches.
Need more than sandwiches, need a drink. Yeah, Dusseldorf down there looks superb, doesn't it? The new Aerosoft Dusseldorf. Really nice on performance as well, actually. And great textures. How are we doing on the progress here? Doden Montango, so Elbal's coming up. We've got to be at or above flight level 150 by the next waypoint, which we will be. And actually now let's get the speed up to 290. Rui, I just wanted to see how it was holding that speed a bit better, because it's been struggling to kind of fly particularly nicely for that first section, and I have forgotten a few things like setting up VNav because I had to move stand, so I ruined my flow with vPilot disconnecting and things. So there's a couple of glaring errors which I won't make again on the second sector, for what it's worth, he says. Oh good, Gary's Economics likes my comment. For anyone that actually, I'm going to get it up, right. So, this guy, I've been watching him all morning, and he's huge. He's so huge, in fact, he has 1.24 million subscribers. I'm just going to get him up here on the screen while we fly this departure. It is really interesting to watch, certainly if you like stocks, shares, trading and all that kind of stuff as well. You're trying to build wealth and all that sort of thing. And he's just launched this new book as well called The Trading Game, which I'm probably going to buy because it's 50% off on Amazon at the minute for like £5, which is pretty cool. But he's effectively like a normal guy that's then made millions and millions of pounds trading and understanding the psychology behind trading and the news and all of that sort of stuff. So he's now probably the most important economist of our time. And I've found his videos really quite useful. He's put a whole load of random stuff. He cuts the politics out. He does share his own opinion, but he gives you the facts, which is quite nice to see because there's a whole lot of gumph around, certainly what's going on in the world at the moment, where they're spewing out their political opinions and things. Yeah, but I've been watching loads of different things with him, and it is just incredibly informative and educational. It's helped me understand a few really key things. So definitely worth checking him out. 21.8, and I'm just going to go over to the Aerosoft media chat in their Discord. Where was it? CRJ, I think it was about CRJ. A lot of people struggling with the new LAX and JFK. Although, weirdly, a few people are saying they've got problems with Dusseldorf with VRAM usage. 24 gig of VRAM, but he's ran out very quickly at Dusseldorf to the point where OBS has then begun to mess up the recordings, creating huge stutterings because there's no VRAM left. Someone else has said he's got an RTX 5090, but Dusseldorf is the only airport for them so far which has pushed his VRAM over the 15 gigabyte mark of the available 32. Wow. I don't know, weird. It seems to be people having very different scenarios. I'm trying to find the bits about the CRJ because there was some information that was going to be coming out pretty soon, some big update. I'm just trying to dig into it to find it. Where is it? There's another weird little stutter there. Do you see that? Where the aircraft seems to freeze a little bit. No, I can't find it. I thought there was some sort of work in progress for the CRJ at the very least. Perhaps got it wrong, but hey. Joe says same, just got into trading this year, I've had major losses. It's a bad time to get into trading, mate, to be fair. But then at the same time, I don't trade, I invest. If that makes sense. So I'll slice a tiny amount of my salary every month, and I'll put that into my investment account, and I'll put it into a company that I've got strong confidence in, belief in. But I spent, Joe, for what it's worth, I spent about a year learning before I put a penny in. That for me has been the key. So even with what's happened recently with the crash of the markets globally, to probably put it in the most neutral way as possible, I've ended up pretty much just leveling off to being back to where I started with my investments. So some yet are down, some were so high post-COVID that they've actually leveled off, and it's meant that I'm pretty much thereabouts £100 or £200 up still, comparable to where I was, which was a number of thousands of pounds up. At one point I was about £10,000 up of unrealised profit. So it depends how you invest it, what you do with it, what you do with the dividends when they come back in as well. I've spent loads of time learning. Books like The Intelligent Investor, How to Own the World by Andrew Craig, a book from Lars Crozier called Investing Demystified. I'm probably going to buy that one from that guy as well, Gary's Economics, the trading game, to learn that as well, understand that a bit as well. But you know, even the last couple of weeks, I felt the pressure, and I've made some mistakes to the point where one of my sells didn't go through quick enough, and I lost £600, whereas I would have broken even at the point I tried to sell. It didn't. It crashed even further by the time it got done. So you know, I got stung massively there. It's going to take a while for me to get that money back. But then, you know, yesterday Trump's announced that smartphones, chipsets, microprocessors, all that kind of stuff are all going to be exempt from the tariffs all of a sudden. So for the companies like Qualcomm, Apple, Nvidia, that's going to be really positive for them. There's another weird freeze. Absolutely Birdman. But I don't know if that's the sim or if it's the jet, because this is the first time really properly flying it, 2 sectors. Nav speed, autopilot. Very bizarre. Ian says his takeoff was fine, probably one of the nicest he's had in the sim, to be fair. He bought Dusseldorf as well, it was great. Good to hear that you enjoyed the new scenery. It's a short hop down to Milan. I find the little micro freezes for Philip, he says, caused by Simlink. That's very interesting. You know what, mate? You could be onto something, because the CRJ charts here for the departure have actually got my position. They've also got other people's positions on it as well, which we can turn off. There's the moving map. Weird that doesn't have the traffic on it. Ooh. Okay. How far high? Now has that turned the traffic on? I assume yes. We'll leave that to load for a minute, see what it does. And while we wait for that, we'll talk about the PMTG news, because it's been a wee while. I've got to find out the 4th of April. Oh, that was it. Page 1. Right, from Robert Randazzo then. Yesterday's updates, about 5 PM UK time-ish, on the PMTG forums. Says, happy Saturday everybody. We've got finally got a project release envelope for the PMTG 777-200ER for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 and 2024, and some other news as well. So the PMTG Operations Center 3 has a continued rollout. For those of you who don't know, you can go onto the PMTG website, ideally the forums, because there's a post specifically about it, and actually there's a link there to the Operational Center OC3. I'll just bring it up and I'll show you guys it. He says, hopefully this doesn't break stuff. There we go. Right, there you go. It's actually updating itself again. So this is the new Operational Center. I don't have 2020 anymore, so I've basically got to wait for 2024 products to come out, or reinstall 2020 again, which I can't see myself going through. But yeah, you'll be able to now kind of go into a product like this and then install it by clicking that one button there. You'll be able to log into your PMTG account via this installer to do it, and then you've got loads of really nice liveries down here which you can click and install as well. Apparently there's a couple of issues with third-party livery installation, but otherwise it's okay. And this is where in the settings you can set your specific locations for your sim folder routing paths, whatever it's called. You guys know what I mean. So that's OC3. Indy says hello. And the new PMTG 777-200ER will roll out on that as well, for what it's worth. But as of yesterday, they've expanded the products via OC3 to the 777 Freighter and the 777-300ER for MSFS 2020. On to the PMTG 777-200ER news though. We anticipate releasing 777-200ER simultaneously for both MSFS 2020 and MSFS 2024 between the 16th of April to the 29th of April. So from 3 days we're in like a 2-ish week window where this may come out, which is very exciting. There's no auto throttle in this, by the way, so now we're at cruise. I just need to make sure I don't get too distracted with speed. Let's go Mach 8.2. Just going to set an N1. Pretty much at the top end of the range, to be fair, and we'll see how we go with stabilising speed. Yeah, 16th to the 29th of April for a potential release for the 777-200ER. Very exciting. It's a big package including the Pratt & Whitney 4092s, the GE 9092 engine option, and the Rolls-Royce Trent 892 engine types, fully simulated, each with its own engine model, performance characteristics and customised sounds. There's more about the sounds later in this blog post that they put up as well. Very important. The flight and performance models of each airframe are accurate to within tenths of a percentage of the flight performance data compiled by the aircraft manufacturer, and given how differently the wing and engine package on the 200ER performs than the newer wing and engine combination of the 300ER, the Freighter and the 200LR, this package gives us a vastly different flying experience, especially when we're stretching out to the heavyweight takeoffs and long-range flights. The package is the first to include our new generation of sound packages, redesigned from the ground up to bring you an even more feature-rich sound environment, including new sounds from the flight deck of the 200ER airplane, from newer high-quality recordings and synthesis, and we've also added in new layers of sound that we didn't have access to previously, in order to give us an even more feature-rich environment from which to experience the joy of flying the 777-200ER. New features added to the tablet, like fully customised weight and balance applications that integrate neatly with SimBrief, improved integration with SimBrief for data uplink for flight plans, performance data, winds and more, and many other areas of the 777 have received attention, with enhanced velocity predictive methods added to the auto throttle in order to improve speed handling and reduce throttle hunting in gusty conditions. And the roll and pitch handling qualities have been improved, along with advanced mathematical modelling to improve pilot feel across a range of hardware input devices. Single purchase, price to BA, will give users both the 2020 and 2024 versions of the airplane, and installation will be handled via the new PMDG Operations Centre 3 to include more than 30 free liveries at release. And they're going to refine expectations on the release date as they increase our certainty in the coming days. And then the update goes further into product updates and 2020 releases. So rollout sequence for the PMDG 2024 product lineup is estimated to look a bit like this from what they're saying. So PMDG 777-200ER between the 16th to the 29th of April this year, so a few weeks away. PMDG 777 Freighter will come to 2024 in mid to late May. 777-300ER mid to late May. DC-6 early May. And the 777-200 LRR is going to be late May to early June. And then the 737NGs is still just to be announced. So we've got no time frame for the 737s still. But very exciting. The 747 product lines, by the way, will only be released for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. It's worth mentioning. So that's all from the folks at PMDG. Cheers, Ashley. There's the METAR from Badger as well. We've got arrival information Charlie, ILS Zulu 35 left. I'll remember to actually set this up this time. I can't believe I forgot that. After takeoff, I looked at it and went, huh? What did I say, Ashley? Did I say 2020? I meant 2024. So PMDG are only releasing the 747 on Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. I'm going to pretend the microphone broke when I said the 4 bit the first time. Milan looks busy around, well, the airspace around Milan looks busy. 18540 for the controller. Let's get that tuned in. For now, that's the area control. So 35 left, Rix of 3 Echo. ILS Zulu 35 left, transition inlet. Rix of 3 Echo. Info Charlie at the moment. Making a note of all of that. And that QNH 1014. So I need to get in the VNAV. What have we got here? Transition altitude, which is 70. We're going to go departures, arrivals, LOMC arrival, next page, ILS Zulu 35 left, ILS 35 left, Zulu, Inla, next page, Rixov 3 Echo, lovely job, execute. Give us our top of descent markers. There's a whole lot of messy blue lines though. What the chuffing heck is that? Something's very broken in the nav data there, he thinks. Let's have a quick look here. Inla. Oh yeah, look at that. Missed approach, 147 miles away. That's the vectors bit though. Eggfoal. Hold at Eggfoal, 147 miles away. There's an issue with the nav data there. This, I don't think, has direct feed into the sim with the nav data from Navigraph, unfortunately. But that'll be a problem for the missed approach because it's not. It's an RNAV waypoint based hold, so we might struggle with that, and we're just gonna have to leave those big horrible blue lines there. Let's go to see if we can go to plan mode. Bring up range here. So Eggfoal is there. So actually, if I'm just gonna see if I can get rid of this, force delete that, execute. It's just the hold that it's drawn that's gone messy. But that has cleaned that up a little bit more, at least. Right, what else do we want? Let's go back to... Oh, aircraft's froze. There we go. Top descent in 100 and something miles. We've got a bit of time to go. Got nice weather up ahead, and the Alps as well, by the looks of it, starting to come into view. So on the left we've got Stuttgart, kind of down there somewhere in that cloud. Strasbourg all the way over there, along with Baden-Baden. And then on the nose, a little way to go yet, we've got Zurich. Still connected to VATSIM, that's good. Right, so we'll continue with that pre-flight then. So if we go to charts and we go to Rixov 3 Echo, so you can see here all this terrain. So not far into the Italian border, airspace wise. We'll be routing in from Rixov, max 250 knots, down at or above flight level 120 to Eggveer. I'm going to use this chance actually to just check all this data because I don't fully trust it. Max 230, 09 to 110. Good morning, Canadian Flight Simmer. How are you, mate? Hope you're well. MC768 at or above flight level 90, max 230, and MC761 max 220. Above 4, below 6. 756, 224 and 6. A CT 210 knots. Above 4, below 6. (210), 4 and 6 again there. 741, 430s below 5, 210, 430, 425, 210 below 5, 430. That's 425. Okay, that's just a predictive VNAV path, isn't it? So that's okay actually. Inlet at or above 4,000 at 190, and then ECPOP, which is there at 3. It's 4 miles, mandatory 4,000 at Inlet. Just going to tweak this a little bit. Just to request a lower thing on the VNAV profile there. Neck pop at 3. Don't want to be above, I just want to be at. Just for the VNAV to calculate it a bit better. And that's going to be, what have we got here? Milan Malpensa. IMA. So we go fix. 3-letter code. IMA. And we want 346. Distance 11. IMA. Whack a 6 in there. That'll do us. Speed's holding nicely with no auto thrust. So what do we got? False lock captures may occur. Take maximum caution. Pilot shall pay attention to the military airport Kemeri, runway configuration 17 and 35. 6 nautical miles southwest of the airport, not to be confused with Milan Malpensa with a similar configuration, and that's there on the charts on your screen. There's the cross section. Category C, Cat 2 ILS. Rad out 105. Position height. $105. You reckon, Birdman? To be fair, yeah, you might be right, mate. I can't see approach though. Oh, Milano approach 12675. Let's get that one ready then, just in case. That's on auto tune, so it's important we see that a little later on. Done the VNAV setup, advisory VNAVs enabled, done the departures, and well, we've done the arrivals. Set up a fixed ring just to help us. There's the legs page. Can't do course until we're nearer to the ILS. So we're kind of there. There's no auto brake. And we will need to flick the thrust reversers into the armed position on final approach. Those blue lines are very, very distracting, aren't they? We change of range, made the aeroplane freeze. Just going to get rid of airports, just to declutter this. And I'm going to hide the missed approach, just to get rid of that blue line as well, just that's going to help massively. Unless we do go around. And then I'll really need it. But it's on the right hand side, so if we get really kind of tongue-tangled with it, we'll rely on the first officer's displays for the missed approach procedure, but it gets rid of that blue streak all over that, which is good. NATA 3795 for fuel. Quick fuel check. $37. Good. So we're on schedule for fuel burn. Flight pilot, hello. What throttle calibrations are we using? My own. Check out the CRJv2 preview video that I set up just prior to this releasing a little while ago. And effectively what you'll have in a section of that talks purely about throttle calibration as a refresher. Just show you how I've set it. But the control sensitivities are now like minus 0.6, but somebody else in the chat a minute ago might have been Philip It says change the extremity dead zone to plus 0.25 to 30. So we might do that for the way home, don't let me forget, folks. Another freeze. Very strange. Got any NDBs to tune? I believe we do. Got a VOR 1335. That's on auto, so we don't want that to change. We need 109.1. 4 touchdown, we've got a 1 knot tailwind, 3 knot crosswind left to right as well apparently. Shouldn't impact us that much. Just worth bearing in mind. Let's go outside. So dinky compared to some of the bigger jets we've been flying recently. But it's nice to have a little regional hopper. It's one of the things that the sim does quite well. If you want to just bounce from small airport to small airport and do those regional ops, then you can. Lufthansa regional, Osprey Airways regional, our own kind of virtual airline. It's pretty good. Ian says he bought some of the bezel hiding strips for the monitors. They work really well. That's the they're the things that were taped over the bezels for the monitors when I did that Infinity Simwing sync. That sort of thing. Is that what you mean? I'd love to have a 3-screen setup. Oh yeah, Valanta. You know what? Not done many screenshots today. Let's do one there. Click. Oh, it didn't register that. Let's try it again. Atlanta doesn't seem to want to play ball with the screenshots. Right, anyway, there's Ian. Let's go into his Valanta. Let's have a little look. Oh, nice. Look at that. Oh, that's well cool. That's a proper setup, that, mate. Crikey. That's awesome. Lovely. Nice busy departure from Dusseldorf. There's me lining up. See, that's the weather we didn't have. Must have been a server issue. The rain as well. That's a wicked setup, well impressive. Hey David, 47 months, jeepers. Hadn't realised we've been going for so long. I mean, almost that amount of time ago, the CRJ got released for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020, and it was the only aeroplane at the time that had a form of high-ish fidelity. So we've come on leaps and bounds, really, because this, by far now, is kind of average, sort of below average. It's probably back to average now, to be fair, but it has got some glaring issues still with it. Yeah, I think maybe it is, David, yeah. 2.5 years-ish, near to 3. I think you might be right with that. I think technically we've reached top of descent. Oh no, hold on, it's moved. 102. It's in there somewhere. Rixov. We're gonna be... Jenko, good afternoon. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 7. Six, 8, 5, 120. He reckons top descent's after Rixov, but I'm not going to follow that. I think we're going to start descent just before Rixov. And in that case, actually, we will need to speak to Milano Radar, because 127.45. Because we'll be above flight level 285. Very good, Jenko, thank you matey. Good afternoon to Benji as well. Welcome. Joining us just as we start to make way towards the Alps actually. Atis Echo. Well, that's changed quite rapidly. So that's set, we'll commit to that approach then, unless that changes. It's going to be one heck of a descent. $120, 10 miles, 110, 9. I might manually set Rixov to be sort of flight level 250. Don't know. Well, actually, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to look at the real flights. So what have we got? Dus to MXP. And I want to specifically see when they reach... What was it? So I'll use that one, 7th of April. It should be Rixov. 33. Zoom. Right. So they cross Rixov at 14,500. So we'll go for 150 there. Execute. Top of descent is basically now then. Jolly good. And in that case, we will be speaking to Milano Radar 12675. We'll quickly change that again. It doesn't matter if we're slightly above the profile for this. 12675. 50 Milano Radar. Oh, change of range again, look, freezing of the aeroplane. Definitely an issue there. That's the third time that's happened at the same time. Over the Alps now. Let's quickly grasp some views. What have we got on the right hand side? Lots of cloud. Well. So, we'll set 150. Jenko, if it's something you're going to use, mate, then sure, download it, give it a go. If you find then actually you think it's a load of rubbish and you don't like it, then you can just uninstall it because it's free, it's not cost you anything, so there's no risk for trying it out at least. That would be my advice. Right, descent 2,400 feet. So we're going to bring the throttles back a little bit, and we're going to work into a descent. I'm going to drop us down to 280 max 79 on that conversion. Still, I'm not massively comfortable with that rate of descent, so I'm leaving it high, if that makes sense. Leaving the aeroplane high as opposed to the rate of descent, and I'll increase it when we get away from the terrain, because I'm very conscious that we still have got a little bit of way to go. Although that should there. I'll just compare this flight here on the thing. I'll just get it on the screen for you guys. That there should be the Kasu, and that's about 20,000 feet, and right in the mountains. So heck, maybe we'll be okay. Let's just get. Let's see what happens. 2,600 foot per minute. Let's bring the throttles back alongside it. Just going to go to speed mode. Set to 180. Doesn't help we're going into IMC here, but we've got terrain radar on, so that's okay. Good morning, Adam. Robert. Hope you're okay. Morning to you over in Albuquerque. Let's change the range again. Oh, no freeze that time. It's 20 miles to Akasu, so that should therefore suggest that we're okay. So I'll match the VNAV now, 2,700 foot per minute. I'll bring that throttle right back. We're going to change to approach.
Pushback approvato, Alpine 48 Yankee X-ray.
Still got Echo QNH 104. Good old Alps.
Ready reaching line 3.
Alpine 3 to Tango, runway 35 right, clear for takeoff, wind 2303.
35 right, clear takeoff, Alpine 3.
Your wings final Lima, continue approach, your number 2, wind check 2303.
Looks like we're coming away from the mountains actually now. Into some fairly thick IMC. Hello Jex, welcome. How are you doing? Hope you're having a good weekend. Kasu's coming up there. Into the clouds. Bit hastily there. Let's get the anti-ice systems on. Speed's okay at 290. I'm not going to chase the target. I'm good, Jex, thank you. Yeah, back to work tomorrow. For me. Fallen on a kind of time where my weekend's been off, but yesterday really busy. Washed the motorbike, washed both the cars, all of that jazz. So Kasu, when I get to Rixov, I'm probably going to call the approach controller. That seems to be okay. Ian, it's great, isn't it? Yeah, the puppy's doing well. She's on heat at the moment, so she's like overly clingy, a bit anxious, spooks easily. It's a bit of a learning curve for us, to be fair, as well. But it's been alright. She's got about a month and a half until her operation for her elbow issue, but then that's going to be pretty tough. Live the Dream says it's his first time on VATSIM in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. So impressed, it's just worked after years on 2020 only. Let's get rid of the music so I can concentrate, because it's been a while. I still can't work out what was disconnecting me off VATSIM earlier. Maybe it was the VRAM issue. I didn't check the VRAM usage at Dusseldorf, to be fair. That's spectacular. Look at that for a descent. Over the Italian section of the Alps. The tail end of that. Down towards those lakes. Amazing kind of... Oops, hello. Amazing kind of rock structures and stuff, the mountains there. Cloud topping off that peak. I mean, that's superb, isn't it? Look at that.
Wings 459, welcome to Malpensa, stand 605, Whiskey, Sierra, Yankee. Ciao.
Triumph Tiger 900 GT Pro, Jenko.
Sierra, Yankee for Eurowings 459. Ciao.
Eurowings 59 Lima, runway 35 left, clear to land, wind 230, 3 knots.
Okay, left 35 left, Eurowings 59 Lima.
Eurowings 54 Golf, it's unrestricted 3,000 feet.
That's 45 Golf, and down to 3,000.
Just waiting to get in now. That's Milan in front. Milano radar, good afternoon, Osprey 165's got information echo on board, CRJ900 inbound Rixsurf descending through flight level 170.
165 Milano, ciao, echo correct, descend flight level 120.
Descend flight level 120, Osprey 165.
And Osprey 165, fly direct F gear, then resume Rixsurf 3 echo arrival.
Direct F gear and then resume reverse 3 echo arrival, Osprey 165. Direct F gear.
Milano Lufthansa 374 request pushback and engine start.
374 push start approved, runway 35 right.
Gonna have to bring the speed down now because of those speed
approved.
restrictions.
Lufthansa 374.
I'm going to leave that map on.
Might be 1 Golf X-ray,
F gear max 230 knots. Chuff neck. So I'll set 225. The top end of that little magenta bug will then be on 230.
115, are you in this?
And then we bring that range ring in. Decision heights there, that's all set, that's all good. We're going to go to performance.
Alpine 32 Tango identified on departure, climb flight level 190.
And need speed brake. Extended because we need to be below 250 momentarily. The dinky little speed brake. You can do it!
Eurowings 45 Golf, right at
Have to reduce our rate of descent here as well, actually, just to help it. And then we're effectively bang over Rixsurf 250 knots. That's good. That makes us look proficient. I had no idea how messy that departure was, though. Not even put a SID into the FMS. My goodness. Alright.
Mike Papa Milano, ciao, Astic 3 Echo, runway 35 left, check information Echo.
Repeat last call for Australia 77 Mike Papa, please.
Let's get rid of the speed brake.
Osprey 77 Mike Papa, check information Echo, runway 35 left, Astic 3 Echo, arrival.
Thank you. Information Echo, and it's going to be taking 35 left.
Scrub that speed right down.
As 377 Mike Papa, thanks.
And then power.
Osprey 165, descend fly level 90.
Descend flight level 90, Osprey 165.
Yeah.
So the advisory VNAV now doesn't really help us all that much. I'll leave the anti-ice systems on for now because I'll just forget to turn them off and on and off and on and off and on. What have we got? So direct, yeah.
Your wings 45 off, right heading 320, clear left with 035 left.
Right 320 for establish 425, 45 left,
Evening 115, Milano South, descend 3000.
That's what I need to do. I need to set Milano Tower. Oh, we don't have Milano Tower, good. Approach is doing it all.
Alpine 3
That's easier. 230 is good for the speeds. And speed brakes are away. Clean.
Milano, ciao, Alpine 48 Yankee X-ray, ready for taxi.
I'd have to Google what a Sprint ST is, Jenko. Let's have a little quick check.
Tutto in italiano o tutto in inglese?
Sprint ST.
Facciamo tutto in inglese, dai.
Oh, nice, the Triumph.
Alpine 48 Yankee X-ray.
Ooh, that's pretty cool.
Ready for taxi.
Old school. 05.
Alpine 48 Yankee X-ray, right on the taxi to holding point Alpha,
Fully
Alpha,
fed.
wait by Alpha.
Taxi to holding point Alpha Alpha via Alpha. Alpine 48 Yankee X-ray.
So 51% N1.
Alpine 3.
Working quite nicely there for the descent, look. Holding 230-ish. It's a maximum 230 knots speed restriction at Ev gear. So we're holding that. And while we're at this point, if we look outside this, there's Milan Malpensa.
You back on frequency?
The first time in quite a while.
Okay, you keep disconnecting from my screen. It's not easy to control. One Golf X-ray descent.
Which looks superb actually, doesn't it?
Via inlet, cleared island.
Look at that, and the weather around it. Phenomenal. Fixed rings are there. Ev gear looks good. Altitude capture is active, so we need to put in a little bit of power while she levels off at 9.
Osprey 165, descend out to 6000, 15H1014.
6000 QNH1014, Osprey 165.
Alpine 3 to Tango,
It's a
Milan.
very brisk level off there. That wasn't very smooth either, if you noticed that, altitude capture.
Milano Lufthansa 374, we request.
We've got lock 1.
So 374, equally back. Air Berlin 115,
gone
right
active.
heading at 260.
1091. I don't want that to change now, so that's going to go DME hold, 1091.
Lufthansa 374, taxi Sierra, Yankee uniform, hold short Fox.
So flicking between various charts here, 'cause max 230 is good. Max 220 is coming up.
Taxi
Next
Sierra Yankee uniform, hold short, Foxtrot 35 left, Lufthansa 374.
And I imagine we're going to get vectored.
Osprey 77, Mike Papa, descend 4000.
It's like down here somewhere, we might get stepped around and like cut in straight to the airport. So we've got to be prepared for that in case it happens. Speed.
Osprey 165, descend 3000.
Send 3000, Osprey 165. Yeah, that's looking very likely. Unit 1014.
45 off, runway 35 left, clear to land, wind 230.
1014, it's local pressure sets. What's that inbound course? Make sure I've got that set as well. So it's 346 degrees. There's 35 left. Speed's a bit too high there, so just run on idle for a second. 35 left, looks like we'll come off right down the bottom at Lima. Say right down, that's about 2/3 of the way down.
Alpine 3 to Tango, Milan.
Let's go to 1800 feet per minute. And we'll support that with a bit of flight spoiler.
Every 115 will take you through the localizer, continue on the heading.
Beautiful approach this. There's a military base.
Now just be sure, continue on the heading 260.
Might have been down there, so in fact it might just be there underneath that cloud. A bit of warehousing. Might be that. That's what that warning was about on the approach earlier.
Osprey 165 right heading 320, cleared ILS 35 left.
Right 320 and cleared ILS 35 left, Osprey 165.
Osprey 77 Mike Papa right heading 030.
Right, heading 030, Osprey 77 Mike Papa.
So you're going to whack it on half bank for a moment. Which doesn't seem to do anything in this.
91 Golf X-ray, proceeding traffic 1 mile final, indicated 80 knots slower than you.
You're just going to level that off. Because she's chasing it a bit quick there. I'll wind the speed down to 180 now.
I believe 115, you just did what I didn't want you to do. I said continue on the heading. Anyway, cleared ILS Zulu runway 35 left, speed 180 left.
180 left, continue on additional 35 left. Sorry for misrepeating the for 15.
It's okay, no worries.
I don't think he's realised I've got one in front.
Might be 1 Golf X-ray, runway 35 left, clear to land, wind 2303 knots.
Clear to land,
You're wing 45 Golf, stand 601, Whiskey and Sierra, ciao.
Whiskey and Sierra, the 601, I think.
180, punching a bit of power.
You're right, 45 Golf.
That's correct.
They're flap 8.
Osprey 77 Mike Papa, descend 3000 feet, on the heading, cleared ILS runway 35 left.
I feel like I forgot something here.
Descend 3000, cleared the ILS for runway 03, correction 35 left, Osprey 77 Mike Papa.
Beacon lights, strobes, seatbelts,
Alpine 3 Tango, how do you read
light spoilers, that'll be it.
3 Tango, now ready to 5. Continue climb level 190 and recycle squawk 5406.
There's the ILS.
Climb level 190,
346 for the course. There's the runway. Jolly good.
No worries, okay.
And Osprey 165's established ILS 35 left.
Osprey 165, soon number 1, wind check 2303 knots, continue.
Continue Osprey 165. Look at that little power station.
Osprey 77 Mike Papa, speed 230 left.
That's pretty cool. Continuous ignition not required. Right, thanks.
Mike Papa, please.
I'm just trying to keep the speed up here to help
Osprey 77 Mike Papa, speed
guys in front.
230 or left.
There's another bug.
230 left.
Hasn't quite levelled off nicely at 310.
Approach hello, you're wing 73 Charlie, descending at a 240
left. I see you on 35 right. 35 left, use right.
Okay, well that's going to have to do now. I'm going to have to reduce power.
Approach, you're wing 73 Charlie.
35 left, no delay. On the other side, Foxtrot Echo Charlie, or short 35 right.
Lufthansa 374 cross 35 left on the other side. Charlie, Foxtrot, Charlie,
Get
Charlie,
down.
Alpha,
Light
slopes
active.
Excellent. Osprey 165, 1 cross nav, continue, wind check variable to now.
Roger.
Multi 1 Golf X-ray, stand 621, Whiskey and Tango, ciao.
Missed approaches to 4,000.
No, ma lo so che non è
Let's get that set.
che non fai apposta, dicevo.
That looks good.
Approach, you're wing 73 Charlie.
And final checks, thrust reversers on, park brakes off, that's all good,
Wings,
that's all set.
Charlie.
Speed to set, 160 is holding nicely, overhead
Charlie, we're
panel.
descending out of flight level 217.
Radio, let's get her on the ground.
Wing 73 Charlie Milano, buongiorno. The check information Foxtrot runway 35
Yeah, I've set the
left.
decision height,
Stand
not
level
altitude,
150.
Nico.
Information Foxtrot 35 left will descend to 150, U-wing 73 Charlie.
I mean, ordinarily this should be Cat C 896 for the decision altitude for a Cat 1 ILS, but I've set it up for a Cat 2.
Thanks, mate. 1228,
247 to Milano, ciao, I call you back. Direct 3165, runway 35 left, clear to land, wind variable to none.
35 left, clear to land, Osprey 165. Full flaps.
Alpine 3 to Tango, release, Moin to Unicorn 128, ciao.
What an approach, it's so stunning. With the mountains.
48 Yankee X-ray, number 28, clear for takeoff, wind 1604 knots.
Right, let's hand flyer in.
28, clear for takeoff, Alpine 48
controls.
Yankee X-ray.
Mega twitchy still with the controls. It's very unfortunate really with, I mean look at that, tiny little move at 1 mil and see it bounce.
35 right, Lufthansa 374.
So we'll fiddle the settings again when we get on the ground at Milan. What an impressive approach, this is spectacularly scenic.
Richter 3 Echo Bravo will fly direct to Ed gear for U-wing
way too sensitive.
Charlie.
Nico says flight model update's coming this week and it's awesome, good. That is really needed, because I love this aeroplane.
Check information, Foxtrot.
Send flight level 150 for 35 left with information Foxtrot on board Osprey 2172.
Looking ahead.
30, 20.
Whoa, it's a bit firm. We got it down. Reverse screen, 100 knots.
Milano radar, from the topic, 2-4 delta correction for radar check.
Beam's coming up.
24 delta, bonjour,
On the brakes gently, 60 knots.
Good day, Air France 2-4 delta, we've got information Foxtrot on board, we request an IFR clearance to Nice, Provence.
Air France 2-4 delta, you under 1 for clearance, I call you back.
Help the guy out behind.
Osprey 2472, Rix 3 Echo arrival, fly direct F gear.
There's a random tree. That'll be a Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 bug as well.
Direct. Could you repeat the direct suit, please?
And we'll bring that speed down. It's 20
Echo
knots.
Victor, Golf, India, Romeo, F gear.
Direct F gear for Osprey 2472.
Eurowing 73 Charlie, descending flight level 120.
T7120, U-wing 73 Charlie.
Heavily 115, runway 35 left, clear to land.
I'll keep moving, and I'll just go straight ahead.
Runway 5, close 35 left for Airport 15.
Osprey 77 Mike Papa, preceding traffic, Airbus 321, 2 miles final.
Traffic on radar, Osprey 77 Mike Papa.
Yes, but I was sneezing. I wanted to say wind check is very good, do not continue.
I was about to ask the same thing, Graham, but my hands were full.
Alpine 480 Yankee X-ray identified on departure, climb flight level 200.
Climb to flight level 200, Alpine 480 Yankee X-ray.
Osprey 165, stand 606 via Kilo and actually to make it Papa Yankee, stand 60.
Stand 606 via Papa Yankee, thanks, Osprey 165.
Thank you very much.
6.
Eurowing 73 Charlie, descend for level 9
T75 level 9, U-wing 73 Charlie.
Lufthansa 374 identified on departure, climb for level 80.
Oh, good. Alright, that's cool. That's a nice little scenic tour.
Alpine 480 Yankee X-ray, fly direct Saronno.
Let's just reset the jet for the next sector, so we go back to
Can
FS
you repeat please,
mode.
Alpine 480 Yankee X-ray.
I have to call you back.
Strobes are off. Lights are all set as required. APU is now available.
Osprey 77 Mike Papa, runway 35 left, clear to land, wind variable to
Runway 35 left, clear delay on 377, Mike Papa.
Again, I think it's been a very long time since we came to this Aerosoft Milan as well, and this is really nice too.
Left on whiskey, then Sierra.
Vector 602.
Oh, look how cool that is.
Kilo for,
And these little hops are what the CRJ is built for. Little hops out of kind of regional airports of Germany into the UK, across Europe. That, you know, it's so capable. Hops around the US as well. CRJ was immensely popular with some of the regionals, heading in and out of like Washington National, DCA, so on and so forth.
Osprey 2472, descend for level 990.
Level 90, 20%.
Wing 73 Charlie, descend unrestricted 3000 feet.
15 knots. Feels faster because we're so low. It's like a little sports car.
Unrestricted Channel 3000, QNH 1014 for Ewing 73.
Don't forget we've got to fly back as well. Let's get that DME hold off.
Alpine 480 Yankee X-ray. Try again. Left Aris Saronno.
606. So it's this next section, kind of in the middle of this here. In fact, it's pretty much where that ground equipment is. That's 606. Lovely job.
Okay, Air France 24 Delta, thank you for your patience.
Turn the taxi lights on. Whoops. I typically leave the nose light on as well. That's feedback from Matthew, one of our channel members that was a CRJ captain for many, many years. I hope he's well. I haven't seen him in the chat today. But we're going to park up, so let's get her off. Gently on the brakes, scrub that speed down, 10 knots, 606, let's turn her in. Zoom zoom.
Air France 24, clear for Nice via runway 35 right via Tango 6. Tango 6 Tango, transition Langen 6 India, initial climb 5000. Air France 24 Delta.
Air France 24 Delta, merci, feedback correct.
This is Payware scenery, it's Aerosoft Milan.
Milano, Alpine 480 Yankee X-ray.
Whiskey, Sierra Yankee,
Brakes.
and 654.
Good. Right, APU is
Left
on.
Whiskey Yankee, stand 54, Osprey Simpson, Mike Papa.
Whiskey, Sierra Yankee,
Unlock
correct.
and drag.
That is a 654, 654.
Then 654, Osprey Simpson, Mike Papa.
There's the air balloon. Anyway, as that is all setting up, let's go back to the aircraft. We want, where is it?
Climb flight level 200 and direct nest the Lufthansa 374.
Chocks in place.
Alpine 480 Yankee X-ray, release Unicorn 1228 south.
Not sure which one it's going to prefer, but we'll find out in a wee mo.
Alpine 480
Pop that
Yankee
off.
X-ray, that's it, out.
Beacon light as well. Let's
Osprey
call
2472,
GSX.
descend restricted 3000 feet.
Get a disembarkation thing going off. So request deboarding. Let's see how we go here. We'll change that to down so we get the railing of the aircraft steps into the down position so we can connect that jetway.
Osprey 2472, descend at unrestricted 3000 feet, QNH 1014.
And then we'll have a look at New Sky in a second. It's a very twitchy jetty. I bet I've probably got a score of about 7, I reckon. It's very small profit. Oh, 10! Lovely, I'll take that. Because that was the most glaring fault I've ever done on the channel before, was was the absolute debacle that was taking off without SID. And I've never not checked that, so I don't know what happened there. Right, now we need to set up for the next sector. So we're going to go to Discord, get the second sector routing. You see there on the FMS or the nav display, we've got no flight plan leveled off.
Right, heading 320, cleared RS35 left for Eurowing 73 Charlie.
Similar flight time, couple more waypoints in the route string though for the second sector. Flight time.
Charles de Gaulle. Information on phosphorus on board.
LIMC to EDDL
Dusseldorf.
Dusseldorf in the CRJ9.
Clear to Paris Charles de Gaulle, runway 35, Saronno 6
1430 Z, I'll change that to, was it 14?
Initially 6000, scope 1000.
33, 1 hour 15, book flight, just to give us a few more minutes at FAF.
Paris Charles de Gaulle via Saronno 6 Alpha, via Arles 2 Alpha. Transition level 6000, squawk 1000.
0312, read correct, is not a transition level, is your initial altitude clear.
Sorry, initial country.
Charlie Tower 1645, Illinois, stand 63319, requesting clearance.
I'm going to change that profile this time to plus 3% on the plus 4% on the fuel actually.
Foxtrot correct, clear to Bari, runway 35, departure Upton 6 Alpha, transition log D7 Alpha, initially 5000.
Was it 35 right for the departure on the ATIS, wasn't it?
6 Alpha, log D7 Alpha, 5000, 1000, 1645.
Tower 1645, read correct.
See how we get on here with this then. Generate flight.
Osprey 2472, right, heading 260 base.
G-state 260, Osprey 2472.
Fetch modified.
Sorry, just for my confirmation, right heading 260.
Correction, right heading 260. My apologies, Osprey 2172.
Yeah, my confirmation. Wisgo 221, Rixu 3 Echo, arrival, flying direct F-Gear.
Rixu 3 Echo arrival, direct
Lufthansa 374, release, monitor Unicorn 122.8, Schönebrück choose.
Lufthansa 374, thank you for your
for the cruise on the way back.
Unicom, choose.
It's category C aircraft, not D aircraft. Flight plan files.
Negative, Rixu 3 Echo is the standard arrival. You can fly direct F-Gear. Echo Victor,
320. Nico, it's worth pointing out as well, if you're still in the chat, mate, the transponder stuff. Setting 1000, which is the squawk we got given today at the start of the flight, didn't actually set 1000, it set at 1100. So I had to go into vPilot and type .sq1000 and force set the squawk, if that makes sense. So just something to bear in mind there. I don't know if it's something that the team, if you are part of the team, can tweak. That would be great. Just to make it a bit usable on VATSIM. There's definitely something a bit weird with it going on. Right, let's go into flight plan. We filed that.
And I'm
going to show you how easy it is to import these flight plans now with CRJv2. No, we fly back. Import OFP. Bingo. Now here you can change your weather forecast to either have the TAF or the METAR displayed. It's up to you really. And then you just hit send to FMS. And then, bingo, your flight plan has gone straight in. You have to press execute to get it in there, of course. You can see there, LIMC to Dusseldorf, flight number, all that's in. The version of Amsterdam, which is wild, I can't be correct, but hey, good news that means is we'll have loads of fuel. 320 for the cruise. And we can also hit set payload fuel, and then in here, I noticed if I then press set payload in simulator, it then changes it again. Is that? Let me just check something. 70 passengers.
1645 at destination calling.
Fuel's correct. Cargo 2188 though, that's not correct.
Yes, sounds good for that. Reading you 1 out of 5. Pushing start approved, facing south, but if you can move the microphone back.
Payload 8062.
Out of true.
.8061. That's closer. 4627 on the fuel. Okay, that's where we want it. Okay, and then we'll press it again a few times so that you can see that it changes the centre of gravity again. But hey ho. Right, copy FERF init data to FMS, so we'll set that accordingly. So all of that data's now gone in. Gross weights.
Offering 2472, proceeding traffic, Airbus 320,
That looks
3 max
good.
final. We check variable to not.
Transition altitude in Milano Malpensa.
Traffic ahead, 3 nautical miles.
I'll try and catch Ian's landing in a wee sec. If I can do this quick enough.
All correct. Last time I checked was 35 left.
Correction, 35 left, apologies again.
Crikey.
You never know, they may change.
We have to work that out in a second.
We go 221, descend flight level 900.
That's a really nice backdrop. I need to have a look at the departures because it's actually a lot more complicated than I realised it was. Here. But nothing we can't solve. We want boarding to resume. Request boarding. Reload sim brief first. Request boarding. That's just to force the new flight plan in. It's an ATR, I love it. And we've got some proper weather now as well, which is good. There is Ian. Is that Eurowings? Is that Ian? No, Ian's an Osprey, which means he's next. Weird we don't seem to have landing gear on any of our AI jets today. There's the touchdown zone aiming point. Wonderful. You have to imagine with creative license where your where the wheels are supposed to be, but you guys know where it probably is.
1645, taxi Tango, or short Tango 135.
Tango, short Tango 135, 164.
Rightio. Right, Ian should be next, I think. I'm just going to zoom in and see where he is. Yes. Lovely job. While we wait for him to appear, I need to work out
78 X-ray.
what this mess is. Where is he? So, right, north.
Just for my information, how long before you expect the pushback?
In about 5
Let's
minutes.
see, SIDS.
Alright, you're in an X-ray. I have a
What have we
read
got?
for you, runway 35
6L.
so let me know when you're ready to copy.
I don't want any of those. Maybe you have to go that way anyway because the mountains, they all go south.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
And now I go back. Eurowing 73 Charlie, welcome to Malpensa, stand 612, taxi.
Fair enough. They all literally go south.
Stand 612 for Whiskey and Tango for Eurowing 73 Charlie. Cheers.
Ciao. We go 221, descending 6015 H1014.
So we're going to have that then. SRN 6 Lima. Sarono. I'm assuming anyway.
Osprey 2472, runway 35 left, get to land, wind variable to
Oh, I can't see any transitions.
Please don't land runway
There we go.
35 left,
Pepak to
runway 26.
Quebec. Which is from Serenino. We then head up to Olpa, then Bergamo. We overfly Bergamo, which is a nice scenery by Jetstream, if I've got that right. Nestled just at the base of the mountains. Then we route up to Hepag, and then the requirement there depends on the Zurich QNH. It's quite interesting. So
AirCAD 7 Alpha departure, paper 2 X-ray transition. Initially 4,000, squawk 1,000.
Well, he's given the 2 X-ray.
We have shorter taxi and faster timeout.
Stop light.
So we'll get our clearance first before we put anything in the box, so we know exactly what to expect. Here comes Ian in his regional jets. Looking good. Looks like the space shuttle. Coming in. Literally, that's fantastic. It literally looks like the USS Discovery, whatever it's called.
To 1 descent 3,000 feet unrestricted.
Good old model matching. GD, the free one is probably better than the origami one. The origami one's payware. There's a free one on flightsim.to, though it's very performance heavy. I need to try that in the new sim actually. Although Builds apparently is bringing out a new Gatwick scenery very soon for MSFS 2020/2024. It looks incredibly good. Right, Ian's down somewhat safely. His wheels have disappeared too. So we get our clearance. Okay, I love it. We need to fly to North Italy more. That's superb. So LIMC Foxtrot.
4 Delta taxi. Initially Yankee Old Short taxiway Tango. 1 traffic will pass left to right on taxiway Tango.
20 Fox Squawk. We're in 606. And Milano Osprey 165 stands 606 with information Foxtrot. Request clearance to Dusseldorf.
Osprey 165 Milano, ciao, Foxtrot correct. You get runway 35 left for departure. AirCAD 7 Alpha, paper 2 X-ray transition. Initially 5,000, scope 1,000.
35 left for departure, Airkin 7 Alpha, initial climb 5,000, squawk, Pepax 2 X-ray transition, squawk 1,000, Osprey 165.
Osprey 165 in the correct.
There you are, lots of words. So, 35 left.
Hearing 46 Fox for Milano. You can copy paste from your colleague.
Okay, 7 Alpha.
Paper 2 X-ray, runway 35 left.
Pepac 2 X-ray transition. So that's a bit tighter. So up a little kink. Start go towards the lakes, which is quite nice. Then we work our way around. Initial 5,000 to Urqued, and then from Urqued continuing to Saronno, up to Olpor, Bergamo, overflying Bergamo, and then up to Pepag, and then over the Alps. So that's just to give us space, time and mileage to climb. He says, "Way, come on Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, catch up." Right, so 35 left. Turkey 7 Alpha.
We'll go 221
Pepac,
right
2
heading
X-ray.
320, clear the ILS Zulu, runway 35 left.
Execute. Hey, I remembered the SID.
Taro 1645 identified on departure, climb flight level 190.
Climb 190, Taro 1645.
Enough climb.
Osprey 2472, welcome to Malpensa, stand 610 via Whiskey and Tango.
6,000.
Stand 610, Whiskey and Tango, Osprey 2472, thank you.
That's good, that's...
Milano control, you're 7 Asia.
now I need to do some performance planning, so let's hide the charts. I'll get you this up, folks, just simply, and I'll show you then the difference of what the CRJ is producing in the jet. So if I go optimum, because it's the same, populate from last flight. Just give it a little refresh. On AMC, meters 35 left now.
Air France 24 Delta, continue rolling, crossing 35 left approved.
Improved
On the
climb
other side,
disabled.
Foxtrot Echo Charlie, or short Charlie Alpha 35 right.
Flaps 8, flex 47. Good.
Charlie Alpha.
That's correct.
So we go to performance and landing. And you can't change this, frustratingly.
Ciao Ryanair Alpha Yankee, così bene.
So it's just like a direct pull, so it's just stuck on 35 right, but yeah, it is okay.
You can continue Kilo and Tango.
Right, nose wheel steering can come off while we
Kilo
forget.
610, operator representative, sorry.
I forgot what the flex was, I think it was
Just make sure you
46.
stay on Kilo and so I can give pushback to your friend.
Excellent, staying on Kilo, operator representative.
Ryanair 47 Alpha Yankee, clear to destination, runway 28. Leglo 1 Papa departure, Oscar 1 Foxtrot, transition initially 6000, squawk 1000, information Golf is correct.
I think we're there. I'm very dubious, I forgot something now based on that earlier. Baffery. Right, departure's good, that's all set. There's that departure.
Ryanair 47 Alpha Yankee, read back.
We can probably get rid of these fixed rings, we don't need those.
312, ready for
Delete both of them.
Guidaro 312 taxi Bravo Tango, all short Tango 135.
It's giving us one anyway.
for Bravo Tango. For Itaro 31.
And we got squawk 1000, that's good because we left that on basically.
Careful takeoff from right 5.
We go
Bursts are off.
221, runway 35 left, clear to land, wind variable to
5,000. We're still loading. Oh, it looks like we got done.
7 extra 509, request push start.
Hearing 78 X-ray, runway 35 left, push and start approved.
Push start approved, Euro 7 extra.
Navigraph is ready for the next flights. So is Volanta for the tracking. Twarog, you can if you want, but I might not be able to answer. I'll give it a go. Seatbelt signs, APU's good, fuel pumps are on. Windshield heats. Oh, I left the probes on by accident. Might as well leave them on now. I'll shout at the window for people not to touch anything, so they don't burn their little hands. When I see a discontinuity, I'm never sure if it should or shouldn't be deleted, Twarog is asking. How can you tell? That's, to be fair, mate, a very excellent question. Request boarding. Oh, what have you requested boarding? Oh well. Pushback and departure. So, we don't have any in here to show you.
Guidaro 1645, contact with Milano, 127450, ciao.
Milano 127 Itaro 1645, ciao.
Just going to tune Milano radar ready for the departure, 12745. And then we'll go back to your question, mate.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
And actually, before we do, let me tweak some settings again. Sort out that sensitivity, because we're still trying to fix this wobbliness that we've got going on here. So what's this? Roll. Okay, that's probably going to have to do now. That's crazy, isn't it?
24 Delta identified on departure, climb to flight level 170, report your requested final.
Time to set up level 170.
Yeah.
And the Air France 24 Delta confirm 170 with this final check.
And that's pitch. My goodness.
Roger, message.
Let's try that this time. 0.8.
Radar could say easy 3946 at flight 200 inbound Everett.
Easy 3946 Milano, ciao.
That's crazy. Right, Discontinuity then. So sometimes, or they're in there because they're usually there for a reason. Oh, I've been disconnected from VATSIM. It's every time I go into the menu. That's a weird thing.
Departure check completed.
Language 816 Zulu with you, descent at ladder 190 and inbound Aka.
Postman 670 Milano, ciao. Identify the F gear, correction, the Rixu 3 Echo, runway 35 left. Maintain 190 to reverse for descent.
Yeah, so the discontinuity might be there for a reason, and quite often it's because of, it's hard to show you, really.
We are ready for descent.
Let me try and find one, mate.
Yeah, Postman 670, expect descend in 1 minute, 190 sector minima due to the Alps, and fly direct F gear, Echo Victor, Golf India Romeo.
Ladder 100 and descend to correction, with F gear.
Exactly.
Right, let me just load up the charts here for Manchester. Taxi, no, I need approach. Right, charts. Okay, so if you're flying into Manchester, as an example, Elbos, you'd fly into Elbos on that Elbos or Mike arrival, and then as you get to Dane, there's nothing, there's no link between Dane and the approach, because if you then look at the approach charts, you've got to get from Dane, which is all the way down here, all the way up to the approach. So there would be a discontinuity there, so that you would go effectively onto vectors to the approach. You might get an approach that has vectors built into it, or you might have a departure with, this is a very quick walkthrough, so conscious of pushback times. You might have a departure like the O'Hare 8 at Chicago, which in itself is just one big fat discontinuity, because after departure you basically do as you're told by the controller. So it might be, it would be after departure fly runway heading, climb 6000, expect flight level 330 10 minutes after departure, something like that. And then after you depart, you'll notice all these different transitions: Mikey, Noonie, Simon, Olin, Peku, and there's more all the way around. Look down the bottom here: Dentern, Gipper on the east, Keeler, and then to the north, Pumpkin and Rayner, Petty, etc. So the controller might then initially have you flying up here, and then they might say, proceed direct Peku, in which case you would then turn and you do a direct to Peku on the FMS.
Yeah, my apologies.
But this bit here, this big gap here, might say vectors, it might say manual, it might say discontinuity. They all basically mean the same thing.
1000 departures on you.
Hopefully that has helped explain it. He says, OB, spoiler ons, fuel pumps, parking brakes, circs fans, that's all good, that's all set, that's set, that's good. I might manually click the toad button this time because it doesn't seem to do anything in the sim at the moment. Beacon light can go on,
fix it to me, please.
boost pumps are set.
I can make another access if you like.
Yes, please. Send my papa.
Yeah, sometimes you can delete the manual or the discontinuity.
7 Alpha.
But it all depends on the context. It's hard because every single approach might be slightly different. But usually, if you have something that says manual or discontinuity, it's there for a reason. Manual tends to suggest that you have to then vector yourself to the next point, to the transition onto the approach or something like that. Perhaps.
That's better. Air France 2 for Delta, fly direct 40.
Direct.
Postman 670, descend unrestricted 3000 feet, QNH Milano 1014.
Descend to 3000 feet, unrestricted, and QNH and Milano is 1014, fin match, Postman 670.
Itaro 312, climb flight level 900.
190 for Itaro 312.
312, just make sure it's a 090, flight level 900.
Just waiting for that pushback clearance.
Itaro 312.
Easy 3946, descend for level 100, 100.
Descend to level 100.
Buon pomeriggio, Ryanair 180
Yankee Lima, passing at level 230 for 200 on Mebu.
Good performance.
Runway 18 Yankee Lima, ciao, Mebu 3, Echo arrival, runway 35 left. Descend flight level 100.
Mebu 3 Echo, I left, Zulu 35 left, descend 100, 180 Yankee Lima.
And Milan Osprey 165 is fully ready. Stand 606, request push start.
Osprey 165, push and start approved, facing south.
Push start approved, face south, Osprey 165. Which is that way this time. Part brakes off. Pause that music. Beacons on. Oh, I know, chocks. Chocks have already come off. Nice.
Dusseldorf, runway 35 left, aircat 7
Radio,
alpha,
left engine start.
X-ray initially 5,000, squawk 1,000.
Starts engaged. There's the wing walker.
B2 Dusseldorf has filed initial climb 5,000, departure runway 35 left via the ICREC 7 alpha.
Oh yeah, no worries matey. I'll have a look at it shortly.
1,000. Osprey 77 Mike Papa.
You look like the space shuttle coming in, it looked pretty cool. Did you see the sensitivities though, Ian, that I've just set? Because that might help, because it is wildly on the kind of tight side. Minus 0.8 for the sensitivities. Have a good night, Ian. Mate, it's good flying again. But apparently, as Nico was saying, there is a massive update to the sensitivities in the flight model for 2024 coming soon, so that does mean that hopefully it will mean that we get a bit more, better, far and vastly improved control of the jet.
I think someone read back your clearance and accepted that you was due. 932, aircat 7 alpha, payback to X-ray.
Right, starts.
1,000, runway 35 left.
Good, that's all set. Ropes are on anyway. I know what I forgot as well. Naughty me.
That's correct, and you can see
landing elevation.
France 2 for Delta, contact Milano 127 450, ciao.
Set parking brakes.
Sets. This little bulb head.
312, clear of traffic, climb to level 200.
Ooh, hello, let's go, focus.
Easy 3946, fly direct Mike Charlie 761, descend 3015 H1014.
Unlocking here.
Oh, nice.
3015 H1014. 670, right heading 260 base.
Right heading 262G for 4167.
Okay, so we've got nav source FMS1 for whites. That's over there, FMS1 as well. Nose wheel steering. FMS modes.
932, payback to X-ray.
Gonna pop VOR1 on first. And then FMS2 set to blue. Precision height, can reset that, get rid of that. That's all set. We want flaps 8. Like so. Control checks now. Oh, that's very heavy.
That's right, and Mike Papa is ready for taxi.
Doesn't feel like full deflection.
Sorry, station calling got someone on the other side, on the other line. Say again.
Oh no, it is.
That's right, 77 Mike Papa is requesting taxi.
So my Papa, I'll call you back as soon as the CRJ in front of you will move.
Neutral, 0.
Roger.
Set. CAS, nothing. Status.
Runway 180 Yankee Lima, descend altitude 4050.
Good.
In H Milano 1014.
Right.
Descend 4000.
Air conditioning, recirc fans.
Itaro 312, contact Milano 127450, ciao.
Itaro 312, contact Milano 127.450. Thank you, ciao.
Postman
Yes, welcome aboard.
Zulu,
Thanks for
right
subscribing, mate.
Cleared ILS Zulu, runway 35 left.
Right heading 30, clear the ILS 35 left, correction 35 right, Postman 67 Zulu.
Runway 35 left in you, sir.
Okay, 35 left for Postman 67 Zulu, sorry with that.
And Osprey 165, request taxi.
Osprey 165 Yankee, Golf Yankee, hold short, Golf Whiskey 35 left.
Taxi Yankee Golf Yankee, hold short Golf Whiskey 35 left, Osprey 165.
Osprey 77 Mike Papa, any chance you're able from Foxtrot?
Yeah, we can pop a UE here. L377 Mike Papa.
Cheeky little Yui.
Yeah, the Tora from Foxtrot 2,550 meters.
Yeah, that'll be plenty possible. L377 Mike Papa.
Yankee,
Golf
Yankee.
Yankee, uniform, all short Foxtrot, runway 35 left.
Taxi Yankee uniform Foxtrot for hold short Foxtrot for 35 left or 377 Mike Papa. Osprey 932 red restart.
Right, Golf Yankee's down the bottom there, so basically we go straight all the way down to the bottom.
Osprey 932 down 4.
Port ferries are out. Ashton, good after this afternoon, matey. Hope you're well. Good to see you.
932 push start approved and set to transponder 1000.
Push start approved.
Euro 78 X-ray runway 35 left here for takeoff.
Get that regional life kicking in. Nice quick taxi. Takeoff config, okay and green. I need to set the
Continue approach.
takeoff trim 6.7 degrees.
Easy 3946, right heading 320, clear the ILS Zulu, runway 35 left.
6.7.
Right heading 320 and please for the ILS 35 left.
I feel like I'm starting to get back in the swing of it now with this, to be fair. I'm just going to recycle the heading modes and get nav active.
046 Foxtrot taxi,
Turn them off after touchdown.
Golf Whiskey, runway 35 left.
Sierra Yankee, hold short, Golf Whiskey, runway 35 left, 046.
Yes, the mighty RJ. It meant to be a very, very scenic departure, this, towards the Alps, kind of weaving to climb. We're getting full length 35 left as well, by the looks of it. Golf Whiskey.
Osprey 932 taxi, Papa Yankee.
3,920 metre long runway, and we are 750 feet above mean sea level.
Taxi Papa Yankee, hold a Golf Whiskey for 35 left.
162 is V2 plus 10. V1, 141.
Papa, you miss uniform, in this case,
0 knots.
you can continue Yankee Zulu, or short Whiskey Bravo 35 left.
We've got the space to get around to the left to make the turn. Do you think we should do that, or should we send something Mike Papa?
Yeah, sure. Left uniform again, and Foxtrot 35 left.
Thank you, Yankee.
Left uniform and then hold short Foxtrot.
Golf Yankee's coming up.
I can see the markings, I'll send something Mike Papa.
No worries, okay.
Starting to scrub that speed off a bit because we're doing 20 knots.
X-ray identified on departure, climb flight level 180.
Flight level 180, gearing 7 extra.
Postman 67 Zulu, runway 35 left, clear to land, wind variable to north.
Alright, 35 left, clear to land, Postman 67, not nothing much.
It's on, that's set, that's good. And Osprey 165 is ready on reaching at Golf Whiskey.
165, all short, 35.
What's your hold position? To Golf Whiskey 35 left, Osprey 165.
Milan Area Control, 377 Mike Papa, ready for departure, holding short Foxtrot.
Osprey Center, Mike Papa, hold position, traffic, fine.
That's an intersection departure and a half, isn't it? Nice.
Easy 3946, soon become number 1, will be 1 departure ahead, continue approach, wind check and time.
Continue approach and we are established on the north side.
That Postman 738 freighter.
Runway 18 Yankee Lima, descend 3000 feet on direction via
Set part brake.
Zulu 35 left.
Don't want roll mode, just want nav.
Osprey 165 and up and wait runway 35 left.
Line up and wait 35 left, Osprey 165.
Milano, Eterna 949, with 7210.
Okay, 2 station calling. The China 949, runway 35 left in use, fly direct, Mike Charlie 761.
That looks good. Thrust reversers need to be armed now for a rejected takeoff.
The other station calling.
How are my temps running 2024? I'm not sure how I'd find that out, mate. VRAM's at 58%, GPU 90% though.
Runway 35 left, clear to takeoff, wind variable slow.
35 left clear for takeoff, Osprey 165. So I'll just keep her rolling here.
167 Zulu, welcome to Malpensa.
We've got a whole almost 4 kilometres of tarmac here, so we'll keep a little bit of power in.
714.
We've got TCAS on. What do we do now?
Uniform Yankee
Got one on short final here.
Post 167 Zulu.
Okay, there's takeoff mode. 50%.
78 X-ray, fly direct, Abezi.
Toga. There's the correct mode, so I had to physically click it that time.
And you're 7 X-ray, what's your request?
Power set. I hope I've helped this guy out behind. Speed's alive.
Copy.
80 knots.
And you're 7 X-ray, climbing on tape level 200. China 949, descend 6015 H.
V1 rotates, V2. Oh, that's much better. Still moving the stick millimeters to get the same result though, for what it's worth. And now it feels heavier in the air. Positive rate.
3946, runway 35 left, clear to land, wind Milano variable.
Oh, that was tight for the guy behind, wasn't it?
Runway 35 left, clear to land, with 3946.
Osprey 165, identified on the path, climb for level 200.
Climb for level 200, Osprey 165. Autopilot engaged. Because it's just a bit of work here, so I'll use the autopilot early. Flight level 200. Into the climb gate, speed mode 180. Just going to bring the departures up here, max 210 in the turn, so let's get her up to 210. Down.
Osprey 165, fly direct to Pipac.
Direct pip access for 165. Pepag. Direct Pepag executes. It's quite the shortcut. Pepag has got a... Why direct Pepag? Crikey. Let's hope she climbs. Let's get those flaps away. Let's go, yeah, so landing lights, I'll just leave them off. But now, forgot to turn that on. I knew I'd have forgot something.
Milano, buongiorno, Itaro 445, inbound Sozon, flight level 230.
Gotta hide that to go standard pressure. I'm actually leaving the speed. Why are we not going? Oh. It went into
my Papa intersection
went into roll mode then, I've just noticed. This is what I mean, the workload in this jet is high anyway, which is what makes it so fun.
It is 3946
But you do have to stay ahead of it, otherwise it catches you out.
Band is 108.
Break it right.
Anyway, we can accelerate.
Yeah, 3946 right, stand 1085 Charlie.
Milan approach, Ryanair 474 version, flight level 260.
And 474 calling?
Yes, Ryanair 474 is with you and flight level 260.
And 474 Milano, ciao, direct Odina, when ready descend level 190.
So standard, climb to 200. Might as well leave them. Oh, no, leave them off. Don't need them. And then we're climbing up away from all this lovely terrain.
Hopefully
the controller hasn't noticed that little mistake.
Clip takeoff Osprey 7 Mike Papa.
Big thank you as always to all of you that's tuned in around the world, early, middle of the day or late, wherever you may be.
Still no flight transfer.
If you are enjoying the stream, don't forget to give us a little thumbs up as well. Leave the seatbelt signs on for a little bit. I think that's all the after landing, after takeoff bits done.
Yankee Lima, this is me approach speed 1 departure.
It's wider up now, speed mode 280.
Osprey 932, line up and wait runway 35 left, traffic 5 miles pan.
I'm waiting on
Into the cloud.
China 949, descend 3000 feet.
Descend 3000, air China 949.
Extra request for the time.
Hearing 78 X-ray, release Moito Unicorn 122 escalate.
122 X Unicorn, Hearing 78, thanks already, straight by.
Let's just jump out to show you guys.
Osprey 932, runway 35 left, get the takeoff wind variable.
It's a pretty neat part of the world. Oh, there's a runway down there. That'd be great to fly into.
Osprey transfer, my Papa, this is flying in the park, climb flight level 240, fly direct paper.
Climb flight level 240, clear direct to aircraft.
Pepag.
Based on my Papa.
Almost, transfer, my Papa, is direct playback.
Can you sort that out for me? Osprey 7 Mike Papa.
I'll put it in the chat.
Payback is the Papa Echo, Papa Alpha Golf.
Have a little micro stutter there.
Thank you, Osprey 7 Mike Papa.
Runway 180 Yankee Lima, runway 35 left, clear to land.
There's Pepag. It was at or above 150 and we made it, which is good. Technically now we're in Swiss airspace, so probably Unicorn is about to hit us.
Osprey 932, radar contact, when able recycle scope.
So we might as well get that ready.
Smoke control.
Descent 1856 Milano Ciao, descent level 130, every 3 echo arrival 35 left.
That airport, oh it's froze again. That's Lugano for what it's worth down there, that little airport in the middle of that valley.
Yeah, descent 1856, descent level 130,
Just had a
every
little look
3
for it
echo
on
arrival, runway 35 left, information got.
Balanta.
Descending flight level 130, every 3 for arrival.
Osprey 932, squawk
Properly
1
stunning.
Osprey 932, yeah, sorry, go.
Hello. A little bit clunky in 2024.
And Osprey 932, climb maintain for level 2.
But it's not awful, that's the thing.
Osprey 165, release monitor Unicorn 123, ciao.
Monitor Unicorn 165. Thanks to the ATC, have a great weekend.
You too. Aerosoft 5, descent level 190.
Descent 190, Taro 445.
Just let that speed stay nice and high there, just to wind her up, so make use of the energy. If that makes sense.
Yes, sir, you can expect whatever you want.
320.
You want 3 Sierra? I give you 3 Sierra.
Okay, just I was wondering.
And that'll let us zip up quite nicely there.
Flight direct Saron.
228. Yeah, it's okay. Little stutters and bits of behaviour like that every now and again, but it's not horrendous. It's more than usable and quite enjoyable being back in the CRJ. To be fair, the biggest flaw is the massively twitchy control sensitivities. But if you rewind back to about maybe like 10 minutes ago, was it, guys? We're on the ground at Milan. You'll be able to kind of have a look at those control settings that we've now put in place to give us that much nicer rotation. It's minus 0.8 on pitch and roll. Which is crazy. But it is what it is. We've been told, though, there is an update coming to the CRJ soon, which will change that / improve it. So we'll look forward to seeing that whenever it does arrive. We can get rid of that V speed now. Let's pop that in. So we're doing 290. And we're in climb gate. You've got to be a lot further ahead of this aeroplane than you do, say, an A320 or a 737. That does a lot more for you. Bear in mind as well, as a reminder, if you're not familiar with this, there's a kind of like there's no auto throttle in this. So you have a toga / flex gate. You've got max power right at the top. Then you've got toga / flex, and then you have a climb gate. Which is what we're in now, up to cruise, and then as you get to cruise, you've got to click it out of the climb detent and set a power figure relevant to the speed you want to hold at the altitude you're flying at, based on your weight, if that makes sense. It's a little bit more thought process involved, but when we get to cruise, probably with the weight we're at the moment, around 89% M1 is probably where we'll start, and then we'll just trim 1% off the M1 until we have the speed settle where we want it, which will be about Mach 80-ish or whatever. I can't remember now off the top of my head, but we'll find out. When we level off, you'll see what I mean. Hopefully that'll make a little bit more sense. Just going to have a look on VATSIM radar. There's the sim freezing again, or the jet freezing again, momentarily. Dusseldorf is quieting down a little bit now. It looks like we're on... That's very confusing. We've got ATIS at Dusseldorf, but we've got no controllers. So one would suggest he's gone offline. Oh, hold on. That's because it's back glasses level. No. What's the cruise speed of a Q400 multipilot? .60 crosswind battering us as well there. Let's bring that range ring right up as well. Right, while that ATIS is online, we can have a quick look at it so we can try and mimic it later when we get closer. What have we got here? Information mic. Expect vectors for ILS approach 23 left. Transition level 70. Winds 230 at 7, Cav OK, temperature 15, dew point 12, QNH 1005. No SIG. It's basically roughly what we've got. But again, there's no reports of any controllers, so absolutely no idea. Looks like we are reaching cruise. So this is what I'll show you guys in a mo. I'll wind her up to Mach 80. We'll allow her to accelerate, so we're going to level off at 320-ish. We'll be in a climb gate. And we'll have to think about the arrival. MPS, have a good one, mate. Good effort. But I wonder if Dortmund... Oh, see, I can't see approach on VATSIM radar. Or on Volanta for what it's worth, Birdman. Radar or approach. None of them have appeared. Oh, hold on. There you go, approach is now gone on. It's on display on Navigraph. 128555. Okay. Right, a little bit of turbulence. There's the speed, look. Why is it? It's gone into half bank automatically there because of that turbulence. Or is it because of the altitude? I forget. Whee! Bumpy. Keep the seatbelt signs on for a bit longer. To be fair, I think we are still over the Alps, well and truly, so it's usually fairly choppy. Right, let's set that M1 then. Mach 80 for cruise. We'll go to 85-ish. So I've set the throttle there. We'll see where it stabilises. It's suggesting 88.3 for cruise. But I've just let it stabilise at 85, and look at the speed needle on the left. It's not chasing it. That's one of the biggest tips of flying this aeroplane. So just either side of that little arrow, if we're accelerating, we'd see a little bit of magenta extending up, and that'd show our kind of our speed trend upwards. If we had a little bit of magenta coming down from the arrow downwards, it would show our speed trend downwards to tell us if we're either going to be accelerating or decelerating. And because we're not getting that, we're not bang on. If I go really close to the display, look. We're not bang on the centre of that speed bug, but as long as we're in that top bracket and bottom bracket, then just let it settle. And as we burn off more fuel, we will find ourselves starting to maybe accelerate a little bit, then just trim off 1% of your M1, and that's where in the CRJ a really good throttle calibration is key, because what you want is some nice clearly defined detents between max power total climb, all kind of at the top range of your throttle hardware, and then it will leave you loads of room between idle and climb for... Oh, crikey. It's a horrible keybind to hit by accident. It will leave you loads of room then to set very small increments of your throttle because it doesn't have an auto thrust. Right, so what are we expecting? We're expecting 23 left, Domux 1 Alpha, transition Dusseldorf. Although I don't think we are wanting to transition via Dusseldorf, it's going to be radar vectors. But I don't know if it's going to let me put that in. So 23 left. Vectors, leave that in. Domux 1 Alpha. Execute. I'm going to go to range.
I'm
going to go legs. Okay, look, that's a lot better. There's a discontinuity. So, who was asking earlier in the chat? Twarog. So there's a discontinuity for us. Now that is there. Because of that, effectively. So what have we got? A demi impacts Domux, Dusseldorf, then discontinuity, and then final approach. So if we just go back on the plan, you can see there Domux. We kind of fly past the approach, which is that bit that comes up there. It's 23 left inbound. That little bit there is the approach to the runway. But the actual, I hope he's still in the live chat, 'cause this is a good kind of explanation. But you can see on the star, on the charts, we fly into Domux. You see the runways here, so if I just draw like a visual representation of the final approach, it's going to be about that. CF23 left on the nav display, that little bit that comes out like an angle. But we're flying in via Domux at or above 4,000, and then it wants us to head up to the Dusseldorf VOR before then flying like a teardrop approach. So we'll fly into Dusseldorf, then head right 033 degrees, quite a tight turn from our entry point, up to 17.7 DME from the VOR, and then a nice right turn sweeping around to Metma for final approach. That's what it wants us to do as per the charts, but in reality what we're probably going to get from the controller is from Domux here with the blue pen, we might be told fly, picking a number, heading 280 degrees, heading 290 degrees, in which case we'll fly that way and then intercept the approach like so. So we will leave the discontinuity in because we don't want to commit effectively to the vectors, because the controller when we get there might actually ask us to fly the published procedure anyway. So we'll leave it in there. But we need to kind of make that mental note that when we do reach that discontinuity, we need to be kind of prepared to do stuff. It might well be that we won't even reach the discontinuity. We might get to Domux and then we just give in the vectors, in which case that is the discontinuity. What you'll notice with this though is it hasn't put in, because we've put vectors in, it hasn't put in that teardrop approach. Whereas if on the arrival procedure, if I'd selected one of these, transition Dusseldorf, for example, then it would have given us that teardrop procedure. Let me click Domux, Dom23, see what it gives us here. Inbacks, then Domux, Dusseldorf, Domux. So that's given us a slightly different transition. We'll try and see if I can spot anything on the charts. Charts, there we go, Domux or LDAR RNAV transition. Domux 2-3 transition. So it's given us this big arrival circuit like that. Use of RNAV transition only when cleared by ATC. But we're not doing that. This is where I risk breaking it, really. So we'll put the Dusseldorf transition in. It's the third change, port jet. Imbax, Domux, Dus. So here, we need to clear that discontinuity. It's put it in there because we've been fiddling with the flight plan. And it's effectively isolated it, the star, from that last bit before the transition. So we'll leave that in, and then we should, if I go to range, please don't break on me. And then I scroll down with the center. There we go. That's what the teardrop looks like effectively in the CRJ. It's a bit squared off, but you get the point. Another little sim freeze changing the format range. Doesn't like that at all, does it? Right. We'll configure for Cat 1 ILS this time, so we'll use decision height 338. So we've got to click here to hide the jet thing, MDA, and 338, the closest we can get to is 340, so we'll leave 340 in instead. That'll do us. Boom, boom. And then fix rings, METMAT, IDSW, 9DME. So we go fix. IDSW, that's the threshold. Oh, it's not allowing us. No worries. Dus then. Dus it is. And that's going to be 10 DME. And at 6 miles from touchdown, it's going to be about 7 DME Dus. So we'll just set those to get 2 little fixed rings in. No control over Dusseldorf anymore, Birdman says. Radio. Cheers, matey. You can see how we've set 85% M1. Now, I haven't had to touch the throttle once. Look, it's just sitting quite happily in that rough speed bug zone of Mach 80. Hindsight, hello. Yeah, I think it is, mate. Don't forget, you know, PMDG are about to release their first product for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, that 777-200ER. That's going to be awesome. Top descent marker there in about 120 miles.
Lufthansa 768 just made a go around from Stuttgart.
Very nice. Thanks for telling us. That means we're probably overflying Stuttgart somewhere. In fact, yes. Right over the top. In fact. So, I wonder if we can see that.
Say again, Lufthansa 768.
Stuttgart is down here somewhere, so that aeroplane's just going to go around down there below us. It's like a little big planet. That weird zoo. Oh, they're going to be furious. Didn't turn the seatbelt signs off. Oh, blimey.
Federal traffic system 51 rescue, line up and take off runway 28.
It's weird it's not letting me put my screenshots into Volanta. Who else have we got flying along? Osprey 932, Eurowings 46 Foxtrot. Let's catch up on the screenshots. Nice. Look at that for climb out. Great views. Awesome screenshots. Who else? Osprey 932. It's airborne. Can he see where Autopilot's gone? Badger up front. Oh, he's in the Beluga. Epic. That's cool. I like that. How have you found that, Badger? Has it been pretty good? Frankfurt is very busy. Look at that traffic feeding into there. Wow. Oh, another range change, another freeze. It's quite unnerving when it does that. Apparently there's a jet above us at 350, but I can't see where he is. HDNO's just overflowing Manchester. Yeah, of course it's Manchester at the moment, isn't it? So we've got loads of ATC online. Newcastle, fully staffed. Couple of traffic there, and it's all got arrival slots. That's the name of the game. So flights are flying in with specific arrival slots associated with them. Liverpool, Leeds, Bradford, as well with their relevant tower controllers. But the centre of it is Manchester, and actually, cheap as me. Look at that, it's busy. Busy, but as Engineer said, it's quite calm as well on the radio. It's a good flow of traffic actually. It's not mega busy. It's just about right to keep it ticking over with quite a nice flow, I would imagine. And to be honest, I'd totally forgotten about the event. Otherwise, I'd probably ended up flying there for the day. Still not touching the throttle. Probably won't need to until we get nearer to our destination, to be fair. Think about it. Unless we want to crank the speed up a bit more. We don't need to do that. Fabulous Ghost. Thanks for subscribing, buddy. Hindsight says, where is your favourite approach in real life? Ooh. Tokyo, Haneda. To be honest, I think I got the chance of sitting in the flight deck and the 777 flying in there, albeit many years ago. But flying in over the water with all of Tokyo, Mount Fuji on the left, and It's just superb, like, genuinely quite stunning. So in real life, that's probably one of the finest arrivals I've ever had, approaches I've ever seen. Where else? I've been lucky because in the previous career, I was able to fly everywhere basically. So yeah, the world was my oyster, so to speak. Where else? I mean, London was always quite nice, providing you're flying in over the Thames and the city. That was quite good. It's quite a nice one to do. Cheers, Badger. What have we got there? 237, Cavalcade, 15 degrees, QNH 1005, recent showers of rain. Oh, actually, really? A third and new developer has announced they are near to the release of EGCC. Is there any potential link to Contrail there? Was it? Yeah, is it going to be released on Contrail? Let me have a quick look-see. Aether simulation. Ooh, funky. Oh, Jesus, that looks impressive, to be fair. That one screenshot. Oh wow. That looks amazing. But they don't even have a website, I don't think. Or is that it? French? Something about Linux? No. No, they don't even have a website. David, cheers mate. There you go, anyone looking to fly somewhere this evening, head over to the Vancouver area on VATSIM. They've got a VATSIM event later with all Osprey pilots welcome. Be good to see some of them taking part. If you are looking for somewhere to go later. Yeah, weird. I can't find a website at all. Yeah, weird. Oh well. I mean, I'd love it if I ended up being able to preview that. That'd be superb. in Manchester is one of those airports that's been in desperate need for improvement for some time. But at the same time, you know, what Mako Simulations offered was a fantastic price.
Frankfurt traffic ocean to Quebec on LS.
Kind of made a point as well, actually, that you know, flight sim add-ons were being way too expensive for too long, so it was a way of effectively having them try and push the price down, which is quite cool. So I think value for money wise, for £9.99 for Manchester, we've had superb, genuinely superb value for money. And they're still working on a version 2, I believe, as well, but we've had no input on that. It's going to frustrate me. There's no. Was it Aether Simulation? Maybe they've got like an Instagram or Facebook page. Paste. Oh no, that's roast pork instructions to the missus. Oh dear. There we go, that's better. Aether Simulation. It's hard to pronounce that word. No Facebook. No Instagram. Oh well, we're trying to hunt it out. No, I don't actually, to be fair. Mind you, I could just email them anyway on that support thing. I'll just join their Discord server, it's probably easier. Right, there we go. I've cast the net, so to speak. Top of descent in less than 40. I need to set the landing elevation this time, otherwise I have to punch myself in the face for forgetting it again. 147 for landing elevation. 160, I was close. 140. Ah, yeah, that's closer. That'll do. That'll do. Do not mistake Essen-Mulheim, 9 DME, north-northeast of Dusseldorf, when approaching 23 left. It's a theme here today. Mandatory 4000 for the missed approach, climb heading 230 until crossing 2.6 DME Dus, max 220 knots, then turn right heading 307 until crossing 277 radial Dus, then turn right direct to Dus VOR, climbing 4000 feet, max 230 knots. Why is that so complicated? It should be climb heading 230 until crossing 3 DME Dus, just for rounded figures. Then turn right heading 310 degrees until crossing radial 280 Dus. Yeah, that kind of that's easier. That's a complete headache to try and remember. We've already set the minimums. We've gone for 340. That's good. What else we got? Dusseldorf. How long's the runway? No high-speed exits. Oh, there is right at the bottom actually. Lima 7. Okay, well we shall roll on down to that. That's in radar. No idea if we have any controllers online still. I don't think we do. No. Alrighty, so 4,000, we'll get that wound down on the box. We'll go for continuous descent to that. And then we'll break off at Domux, vectors to final. That'll be the plan. So 4,000, Domux, Metma 3,000. Going to envisage it being a few miles difference, so Domux will set bang on 4,000. We'll go for like 210 speed. Yeah, that'll work. Why has that changed? Just have to rebox it all. God, I'm brutalising this jet, aren't I? It's something not quite right in this computation though, look. Because it thinks Baggo 4000. Right, so basically, the VNAV's unreliable, we'll go blind. We'll fly the jet by feel and guesswork. So which case, I might as well turn the VNAV off. I'll put that one on. Just so we can see what we're doing. 280. Bring the range ring in. We might get the VNAV kick in again now, but it reckons bad go at 4,000, so it's just, you know, it's lost itself and froze up a bit there. Domux at 4. It didn't like that change at all, but we've got ooh, quite not many miles actually. That's let's go to 28 and drop it to idle. 2,900 foot per minute. Let's see how we get on. Bring that speed down to 270 actually, because that'll allow us to just descend a bit quicker. Quick scan of that. We don't have that. Is that the command? No, that's the vPilot command. It's been a while. Oh dear. UNH1006, got it. 2309. Okay, that's good. 9 knot headwind for the approach. And then we'll do a direct to CF23 left as a way of kind of sorting the vectors out. Need to get my charts ready for the approach. We'll expect 1099 IDSW. That's on auto tune. Just a little bit of speed brake. Got a sequence around the traffic. Left. Said it's 3 minutes. That aircraft. Nice sequencing there. Speed's still bleeding off. Left us with a fair bit of work to do here. Actually, we're not going to make that, so we'll go 3000s. Could be really cheeky. I could put the engine anti-ice on just to reduce the RPM a little bit more. Takes a bit of power away, I think, if I remember that correctly. Just above. You know, let's reset as well. Flight level 70. Got our work cut out. I don't think we've got any controllers on by the looks of it, so that's good. We're out to 3,000 foot per minute. You see there, we'll get to Domux, excuse me, and then we'll kind of self-vector. We're not far off actually, the profile. We've done our own profile, but actually it's seemingly a bit nicer. QNH1006, we're a little bit lower than we think we are, if that makes sense. Hopefully it does. 250s there, that's good. Just going to slowly start to ease off that vertical speed. As we slow down, it's giving us a bit more time. Get rid of the speed brake. And we're going to rearm the thrust reversers because I know it's going to get really busy in a moment, so I just want to be ahead of the aeroplane. And we've got a lot going on. So it's just going to be lights, signs, V-speeds, nose wheel steering's already off. That's all set, park brakes off. By 2-2. I've set 270 like I said earlier, and the thing is a bit of a guess. I think that's going to work out quite nicely when we were chatting about the charts. That was roughly what I expected the vectors to be. There's the approach so far. Very nice. Dusseldorf traffic, Osprey 165, so CRJ900 inbound through flight level 100. Expecting the ILS 23 left from Domux in 3 nautical miles. I'll be turning heading 270 degrees vectors for the ILS, and we'll report turning final Dusseldorf traffic. 70, so the QNH that's going to come up. Let's bring our vertical speed down. 1500 foot per minute might do us quite nicely. Let's clear away the speed brake. Traffic LP runway 23 left. No idea what that means. Let's be flying, welcome back. Let's get rid of the music for a second. Domux heading 270 set. Still washing off. Minimum clean 200. So actually looks like we're on track here. So what we'll do now is we'll do a direct INTC to final approach. It's going to draw our line, but we're going to stay on heading mode and self-vector ourselves. Just going to re-box the aeroplane just to get us on that approach. Cuts out all of the other gumph. Someone's using text only, and it's takeoff runway 23 left. Got it. Arrow 1006. High to low, down you go. 220 is good for the speed. I'm happy with that. Just going to bring that rate of descent down to 800 foot per minute. Hopefully that'll stabilise right near Metma. I might have got it wrong though.
Dusseldorf traffic, Osprey 77 Mike Papa descending through.
That looks like I might have done.
9,000.
Okay, 1099 auto tune DME hold.
From
Block 1.
To Metma.
Block 1. Course 230. That's set 24 miles. Speed brake is retracted. Lights. Signs. Anti-ice is required. Landing elevation is set. Reversers are armed. We are ready to go. We will set all. We'll set 140. Someone's got an open mic. Open mic.
Keep your hands from the push to talk button, please.
Someone's getting really stressed, but someone else somewhere is panicking that they've got an open mic. So it works both ways. Crikey. I've not realised yet. I'm waiting for someone to have a real hissy fit in a moment. These things happen. Actually, I need that back up there. That's all good, that's all set. At least we can all still transmit together. Right, approach mode is armed. Speed check, flaps 1. Two, 3, 6. We're going to go left. Do 25. 260 will do. That's bang on a 30-degree intercept then. Someone's having an absolute mare with the push to talk. Smooth flying, yes it is, mate. Right, approach mode, heading for the intercept. Lock 1 is on hold as well. Missed approach is briefed. Very distracting having that in the background, but we're just going to have to work through the crackles to get the ILS mode selector on for once. Speed check, flaps 8. Let's bring it down to 180. Again, remember no auto thrust. Let speed tickle away. Metma's 9 miles to touchdown. Right on the nose is Essen-Mulheim, which is an airport. On the nose, that was what we were warned against on in the charts. Can't quite see it though. I can see Dusseldorf in the middle of the screen there, so it's the other airport's probably there's a bit of blot on the landscape there. It's probably there. Anyway, we're in the intercept. Oh, the speed's washed away horrendously there. Switch on, Luke. Power. Flaps. Let's get a bit of gear. Go flaps 20. Just to help the aeroplane out. Dusseldorf traffic. Osprey 165 is. Established ILS 23 left, 13 miles to land. Hopefully somebody got that. Hopefully it was audible. And somebody still has a open mic in the Dusseldorf region. I tried. Climb 4. We probably could dot wallop for open mic, Ashley, but it's just one of those things. It's gone for a weird intercept here. Look at that. Now it's getting it back on. Any stations in the vicinity of Dusseldorf, please check your microphones and vPilot. If you are on RX mode, you're probably transmitting with an open mic. And in that moment, the autopilot has broken, so we're going to have to hand fly this whole thing. Dusseldorf traffic, Osprey 165 is now a visual approach 23 left with an autopilot failure. Dusseldorf. Christ, it's all game. Look, some real resistance there as well with the forward pitch trim. That was a really nasty bit of behaviour then. Do you see what it did? Is it was trying to intercept the glide slope. It, for some reason, went into a very firm nose-up pitch attitude as if it was trying to chase itself back to 4,000 feet, which I'd set for the missed approach. Anyway, we're really high. Because of that. So we're chasing ourselves a bit. But it's fine. What I'm going to do is I'm going to slow right down to final approach speed. And let that altitude wash off. Hey! Whoever it was figured out the problem. And we'll just have to revert to visual approach here. This is getting weirdly difficult to fly in the second sector for this. I don't know why. I'll tell you what though, with the sensitivities, much improved. I wonder if this is what Ian had as an issue when he was flying and he said it was barely controllable. Getting back on it. I'm not chasing it too aggressively. Dusseldorf traffic, Osprey 165 is short final 23 left, visual approach, land.
Dusseldorf traffic, Osprey 27.
Look at that freeway.
Visual approach for runway 23.
Very cool.
Dusseldorf.
500. 400. 400.
Power. Okay, these are good sensitivities to use, guys. Minus 0.8. It's made the aeroplane feel quite heavy.
200. Minimums.
Okay, well we're going to continue. We're as stable as we're going to be. With whatever happened on the autopilot for that glide slope capture. Right, looking ahead.
Minimums. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Left the power in there just for touchdown. Reverse green. Just to try and smooth it out. $80 knots. $60 knots. And your brakes. Vacating Lima 7. We'll go back to those gates we were at earlier. Lima 6.
Please remain seated until the aircraft has come to a complete stop.
Dusseldorf traffic, Osprey 165 has vacated Lima 6. We'll taxi to stand Alpha 2 if it's available via Mike Tango. Right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Dusseldorf. Let me turn the time to an evening moment. It's not going to let me. Custom. Zip, 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 zip. There we go. Get that terminal lighting switched on. Ta-da! We'll have a close look when we get on the grounds. Strobe, speaking of light, logo, go on now. APU's on start. Recirc off. Flaps are up. Reversers to disarm. SX. Alpha 2. Oh, those little blue lights are quite cool. I'll just wind the time forwards a bit more, just to get a bit more enjoyment out of the light. There we go. Great night lighting around the apron area. There's Autopilot. We'll go around to Alpha 2. There's the tower. We'll have a little whistle stop tour of the evening.
Traffic observations and Mike Papa is vacating left. Dusseldorf traffic.
Bloody hell. We want to go in there, don't we? Almost got lost. And I almost overcommitted past that yellow line, but we've got it. Just about. While we do that, I'll look down, pretend like nothing's happening. Yeah, brilliant, yeah. Let me hold. Oh, look at that. Fantastic. We're right on the turn line. Let's get them flight directors off. I don't know what happened with that autopilot on that glide select capture. It got... I suppose the warning sign was there, wasn't it? Because it already had, for a little moment, a bit of a wobbly intercept. What the... Jesus. But, yeah, hey-ho. Love these ground surface vehicles just mooching about. Somebody mentioned VRAM earlier, didn't I? Let's have a quick check of that. My Windows game bar won't even load to check it. Alpha 2, turning in. Oh, I've just gone right. Jeez.
This is not traffic.
Bar brake on.
You're
That's all set.
Foxtrot 12 miles, runway 23 left.
Flop. Ping pong. Don't need the boost pumps. Hope you can stay on. Let's go into aircraft chocks. Beacon off. Shall we have a look, see how we've done? Let's have a look. Blue sky. I wonder if we've exceeded maximum G on that approach. A very, very small profit there at 4959 again. But score of 10, happy days. Got a bit wibbly wobbly at the end. But we made it work. Actually, that makes it look quite smooth and stable, doesn't it there? Didn't even see that airport in the end. Probably that was the precise time things started to go a bit wrong with the autopilot, but hey ho. And we can go to GSX. There goes the jetty. I mean, to be fair, the emissives on the CRJ, look how fantastic that nav light is. That's a proper nav light. Oh, and then it disappears. Interesting. Here's the wider airport. Look at that forecourt area. And that skyline as well. Where's that tower? There she is. Pretty cool. Mr. Andrews, and welcome. I haven't got Sim Update 2 beta. I refuse to use it. And actually, a lot of people have said most of their aeroplane add-ons are completely unusable on it. So,
Eurowings 46 Foxtrot.
Dusseldorf by Aerosoft though, superb. Look at that. And there's the other skyline. Those factories. Hey, there's Badger in the Beluga. Nice. Let's catch that floating monorail-y thing again, shall we? Well, let's do the forecourt first. Look at this. This is quite impressive in the evening, isn't it?
Full of traffic, Lufthansa 3, Yankee Victor, pushing back, gate Alpha 12.
Pretty cool. Now we're in the monorail bit.
Eurowings 46 Foxtrot, 5 miles, runway 23 left.
It's really good this, the way this looks in this in the sim. Never looked at the arrivals level. Nothing, a bit lackluster. We got to follow the walkway. God, that's bright. Very cool. Let's just quickly whiz back to the plane. And who was it? Is it Graham on final? 5 mile final. Look at these, the runway signs. So cool. Really bright. Very impressive. And then over there, there's the fire training ground. Little plane in the background. Wanted to look at water treatment plant as well. Things that the kind of surroundings here are stunning as well. If I come right round here, sorry if that makes you dizzy, folks. Look at that for a skyline. Properly cool. Right, one pilot in. Here he comes. Oh, it's gone autofocus on all the lights. Bokeh. It's not rendered any landing gear of any aeroplanes today for some reason. Beautiful touchdown. Look at that backdrop as well. Good effort. There you go, folks. I hope you've all enjoyed today's live stream. 2 sectors, Dusseldorf by Aerosoft, brand new scenery for MSFS 2020 and 2024. Over to the Aerosoft Milan Malpensa and back again on VATSIM. Big thank you to all of our air traffic controllers, every single one of you for watching wherever you are in the world, and our fellow pilots for flying along as well. I hope you guys have enjoyed the route too. Big thanks to Ashley for generating the actual route string itself for us to use. Appreciate your time there, mate, as well, in an increasingly busy world that we will find ourselves living in. And in the meantime, as always, thank you very much for watching. Hopefully come the weekend I'll be able to give you guys something else. We'll play it by ear, see how we get on with the puppy and all the rest of it. But yeah, I hope you have a fantastic week ahead. No doubt it's going to be a busy one for news. And I'll see you next time. Take care. Enjoy the rest of Sunday.